replace them.
People see it as the weakest team in the group. It's a nonsense, really. They've got as much chance as anybody.
You come in here without any preparation if you want.
We're all looking very much forward to this, of course. The whole match coming up live from Malmo.
Jim said he felt perhaps we were a bit too overconfident, and we're not sound this season, but I certainly feel very confident tonight.
European Championship is underway. Not back to Palmer.
He's got one goal from centre. I must say, England, not very impressive.
Oh, they sharpened by Jensen. England have a look at this game.
England have made an unimpressive start in their bid to win the European Championship.
You know, they all sit there and they wait for us to do badly.
There's a lot of football to be played yet.
If you can't handle the pressure now or whatever, don't bother coming.
I thought I'd scored actually, but tomorrow it'll be forgotten. What happens when it doesn't go in the net?
People probably watching the game as pure supporters, they would find that hard to watch, I'm sure of that.
When is football going to wake up to the fact that it's in the entertainment business?
All the people back at home in the press, right, they're all getting at the team and at the manager.
The idea that Denmark are going to be more dangerous than Yugoslavia, I think, is a fallacy.
What it means is that England have got to win.
England have got to score a goal as well.
It's a vital match for Graham Taylor and his squad. Attack the ball!
Feel actually you're on trial when you come in here. Because you have to defend.
But especially for Gary Lineker. It might be his last for England.
There's a no idea where to finish, but those decisions are out of my hands.
They said that the players said it all. Manager Graham Taylor was being close to his lead.
When we don't succeed, then there is a torrent of abuse on you.
On reflection though, Graham, what would you perhaps have done differently?
I thought we should have beaten Denmark, and really that was probably the biggest disappointment.
In fact, I believe from the very first game.
The days are better than
But I can promise you one thing, every player will do his best, absolutely his best. Going back to 3 weeks ago, before we went on holidays. It's just unbelievable.
Well, that's made me feel miserable. What did a 17-year-old Thomas Frank make of that tournament? Fantastic fairy tale, unbelievable summer, party, joy, memories for life. It was a great start. Who were your particular heroes at that time? Classic one, Peter Schmeichel, of course, the Laudrup brothers. The crazy thing is that
Source. 1.
quite happen for England. Thomas, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on the job that Gareth Southgate's done. But we'll hold up for just a second, because what a night that was at Wembley, and not quite as many England fans here today. The Frankfurt Arena has a capacity of just under 50,000. Let's head back there to hear from Gareth Southgate. He's with Kelly.
Gareth, win tonight and you will top the group with a game to spare. How important could that be if you are to go deep into this tournament?
Yeah, it could be, but we've got to take care of things today. So it's about performing well and winning this game today.
Looking at your team, you are unchanged. Was there any temptation to change things up, given the close proximity between games and the physicality of Sunday?
Yeah, we needed to check all of the players, but we wanted that continuity. I think that breeds confidence in the group, and we know that we did some things very well on Sunday, and some things we want to get better at. So I think everybody's aware of that. There are guys from the bench who are training really well and pushing, and so we're going to need fresh legs at some point of the game, that's for sure.
Lots of talk about Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's in midfield once again, but what do you want to see from him tonight?
Yeah, I want him to do the things he's really good at. Everybody knows the range of passing that he has, the ability to unlock defences, and I think he did, like everybody else, a lot of things well on Sunday. And if he can add that final pass, that final moment, then he can cause Denmark a lot of problems.
No Luke Shaw again tonight. How pleased are you with the balance of your side?
Well, clearly not having a left-footed left back alters that, but you know, Kieran Trippier did an incredible job for us. Huge part of us keeping the clean sheet at the weekend, and you know, he's a good footballer, so he has to adapt, but he's done that well for us in the past.
Best of luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thomas, I'd love to get your thoughts on Gareth Southgate. Perfect timing. I think Gareth has done a fantastic job. I know it's a massive job to be the England manager. There will be a lot of focus, a lot of criticism, but from all the expectations in the past, more or less, I think he created a team that there is belief in, and there's a lot of hope from a lot of people, reaching a semi-final. Then we know it was a final, narrowly missing out, winning a trophy, and then I actually think they did well in the World Cup. And they lost to France in a completely even game, and created a team with so much talent and quality that it can win it. And we are sitting here, and yes, I hope Denmark, of course, but besides that, that's the second team I really hope, and I believe they can win the tournament. That's a big credit.
How difficult is it as a manager to shut out all the noise when everybody's got an opinion of what the team should be, etc.?
Yeah, it is difficult, I would say. I'm pretty sure Gareth do the same as me, you know, no social media, don't read anything, don't listen to any podcast. So you speak to your staff, maybe with one or two from the outside.
What about the pundits?
No. Now you need to take to close it out. If not, then no one is that strong. And if you listen to everything and you read something, because we all got an ego. Even Gareth is so balanced. You get irritated.
Because when we were playing, we used to have the newspapers out, and you'd see we didn't have social media then, but that was a big pressure, just the newspapers, let alone now having social media, and it never turns off, it's always on your phone. So I agree, I think it's difficult, but to shut that out would be a definite fight.
Can I just ask you about the squad, so the size of England's squad and the quality they have? Managing all these players, is that easier or is it harder? Would you rather have 13 or 14 top players, or would you rather have a squad of England?
I think it's the balance of the squad, so that England's privileged with all the talent. I'm a believer if you have 15 top players and you know the 3-4 that's not playing, they know they'll still have a role to play. I think that can be easier, but all the players there is at the Euros, I'm pretty sure that they know their role, a lot of them. So we may be talking about one player in the midfield, one of the wingers, maybe one in defence that really could say, okay, I can and should play. The rest, I think, understand.
You were saying last night at dinner about communication with your squad. Going into a squad knowing that your role is going to be a bit part player, or your role is going to be, if we get 2 wins out of the first 2, you might come and play the third. Knowing that, I think, makes it so much easier to make these decisions when you're in the tournament.
You're also telling us you think England's front 4 are as good as anyone's.
Yeah, I think for me the England front four is the best, the most quality overall, and I think that's a massive weapon that England should use. Hopefully Denmark can close it down today, but I think it will be very difficult. But if you look across all these 5 teams, even against France, I think overall, it's
balance. Are you talking balance, or are you talking because it's got the best players?
I think it's I think the best quality. You can discuss how we say the balance. I know Mika will talk about that a little bit later with how can you get everyone to shine. Right now, I think Germany got the best balance.
Agreed.
Okay, before we move on, you're still not happy about the penalty decision on Raheem Sterling. You need to get over it.
I think it was a great dive. Unbelievable, great dive. No, but fair play to Sterling. He does it well. You know, playing that such a good game and then decided by
size down. Look at this.
Look at this. Oh. Even you, Gary, you will not go down like this. Huh, Gary?
I never dribbled past anyone in my lifetime, so yeah. I think, oh crikey, yeah.
I think it's a soft one.
But they didn't even score from the penalty, so it was irrelevant. The Frankfurt Arena has already played host to Slovakia's 1-0 win over Belgium. Alan Shearer's there on co-commentary duty, and we can hear from him now. Alan, we saw Europe 92 a little earlier. I must say it's nice for you to finally get a start against Denmark.
That's where it went wrong, starting you instead of me.
Yeah, totally concur. What would you like to see England do better this evening?
I would like to see them control the game better. They certainly did that for the first 30 or 35 minutes. I thought they were excellent. The energy they had and the ability on the ball to go past players and play the ball in behind, because I think that's one way they can get at Denmark today, because these 3 centre-backs are all tall guys, slowish on the turn. That's one way we can definitely get at them, and I think to do that we have to get the ball in there off and play on the front foot.
Where's the biggest threat you think that Denmark will offer?
I think from set pieces they'll offer a huge threat. They also like to put crosses into the box. Having said that, Serbia did that the other day, and I thought England handled those crosses into the box superbly well. Denmark will look to do the same again today.
You've been around the England fans in Frankfurt. What's the mood like?
They've been absolutely brilliant. They're all in great form. They're having the laugh and the joking. They're having a pint, and yeah, they're in great form and certainly behaving themselves. They've been having a great laugh, and long may that continue.
Okay, and thanks very much. Enjoy the game. Denmark's squad contains 18 players who featured at the last Euros, the most of any team out here in Germany. Manager Kasper Hjulmand has been criticised at times for being too loyal, but on the flip side of that argument, his team know each other inside out.
Om så skal der træne for det danske landshold, så er det jo så, kan man sige, dansk identitet. Da jeg startede, så blev vi enige om, at der er ligesom 2 spor her. Det ene det er at vinde noget, og nummer 2 det er at samle og inspirere Danmark.
Yes, holder her, Gulag.
Fodbolden har en evne til at på kryds og tværs af, hvad der ellers skal være for at samle. Men man kan se, at det er hold, som gør alt, hvad de kan for at vinde kampene, for at udtrykke sig, for på og uden for banen og udtrykke det, vi er, den identitet, vi har.
Jamen, det er en træner, som jeg synes har været med til at udvikle os alle sammen som spillere, og også som hold.
Jeg ser ham som værende en meget nytænkende og moderne træner. Og det, der er vigtigst for mig i en træner, det er at give tilliden, og det føler jeg virkelig, han er med.
Med et anførerskab og en ledergruppe, som på hver sin måde har en Christian Eriksen, som er fuldstændig hjerteligt i holdet. Simon som er kaptajn på sin måde, og vi har Pierre, som vokser sig ind nu med sin vulkan og sin passion for alt i spillet. Det er ikke tilfældigt, at Rasmus tager skridt, fordi det er hans mindset, det er hans personlighed.
Som ikke kan være kan score mål, så det håber jeg på, at jeg kan komme til dernede. Men det vigtigste for mig igen er at nå langt. Altså, jeg vil bare gerne.
Og så har vi Kasper, som på sin ekstroverte måde repræsenterer vores landshold, repræsenterer vores værdier jeg føler et kæmpe ansvar. Jeg har så meget erfaring efterhånden, at jeg er et sted, hvor jeg kan give det videre. Jeg kan gøre de andre omkring mig bedre. Jeg kan lære fra mig. Så jeg ser, det er en hård gruppe, men jeg synes også, vi er gode for det bedst, og det er det, vi skal forsøge at finde frem. Der er sagt, at med den kvalitet og med det talent, som England har, så tror jeg, de kommer til at vinde noget inden for de næste år. Så det bliver en svær nød at knække, men vi har spillet gode kampe mod England de sidste. Vi vil gøre alt, hvad vi kan, for at det bliver en varm sommer igen. Det bliver en god sommer, som dansk spiller. Og det gør vi bedst ved at spille godt og vinde kampen.
You know Kasper Hjulmand very well, don't you? He's a good friend, apparently. What's he like both as a person and as a coach?
Great person, very good friend. Very good to create a team and a group and create that togetherness. I would say one of his big strengths is the tactical ability. He's got a fantastic tactical brain. He preferred to play a 4-3-3 system, but because of our wingers are not at the level or injured, then he needs to be a little bit pragmatic. Yeah. Today, we will see him most likely have different ways of attacking the game. So not only be defending in, let's say, the 5-3-2, he could change it a bit during the game. Also in the build-up, it could be a 3-2, it could be a 2-3. So all different tools and way to attack it. So that, from my point of view, will be interesting to it.
Michael, we were working on the game, weren't we, 3 years ago, of course, when Christian Eriksen collapsed. I mean, it was an awful afternoon. But it was so lovely to see him score. Who would have thought? 3 years on, he'd score their opening goal in the tournament.
We didn't know how to react, we didn't know what was going on, but to have the mindset to come back from that and the character. We all know about his quality on the ball. Sometimes in the Premier League we're talking about, can he get around the pitch as much as we want him to? But this was such a clever and great moment for him. And just watch him have a little look. As the ball goes out, this is obviously planned. He goes forward to then make that run behind, little flick, and it was a great finish. And if England give him time and space today, he can still hurt you. That is the most important thing. But it was just a great moment, especially for me. It was the moment of the tournament.
I think just went down on the passing range. You know, today, no doubt that Trent hopefully can do it for England. But if England is not closing down Eriksen, he can pick a pass like the best passers in the world. So he needs to be closed down.
Let's talk about another Manchester United player, Rasmus Højlund. He's had a challenging first season because it's been tough for Manchester United. But, you know, these numbers were not bad, Ria. How did you think he got on in the first game against Slovenia?
Yeah, I think he showed some good aspects of his game that I really like. And when you do watch him, you think, right, okay, forget the price tag, forget the club he's at. If you get this kid service, he's always in the right areas. He's a player who wants to be in and around the penalty box. He see it, spreads the ball wide, but look at his run there, direct, straight into the middle of the goal. Just the quality from wide areas hasn't managed to find him. But again, look at him, he's occupying the 2 centre-backs. You always know he's going to be in and around if the ball does come in there. And he's a whisker away at times of getting on the end of something to put it in. Here again, lays it off, but doesn't just stand there and admires it. Runs on there, sees the space. This doesn't amount to a goal, but what I'm saying is he's actually playing on the shoulder a bit, being a threat, not just standing there being static. He's somebody you have to keep your eye on because he does have really good movement. He wants to do what, and you know what? He's a young kid, I think, who will score goals in time. That is the point, because he's such a diligent young professional who's so hungry to make it right for himself and to become a player. Look, there's his numbers there, look. You see that? That's the amount of passes that he gets in the game. He's down with all the relegation fodder there, no disrespect. And he's at Manchester United.
I like him. I think you can see an improvement in him all the time.
Yeah, I was with him when I was sitting at the training ground with Robin van Persie one time, and he came over out of his way, interrupted his own lunch and asked Robin to speak to him for about 10-15 minutes just to kind of pick his brains as a centre forward. Yeah. That tells you the kid he is.
He wants to learn all the time. And I think one thing you said, arriving on that last line constantly, if you do that and get the service, you'll score goals.
Secret. That's the secret. How did Denmark hurt England?
A little bit the classic way, when you are a team that will probably not have the ball that much, even that we hope will. Set pieces is a big thing. They worked a lot on it. This is here in the qualifiers, and it'll be all different kind of set pieces. There's a central free kick. Here's a corner routine where some great movement and blocks, and another classic just outswing corner with the strength from the centre back, and here's Vestergaard. So set pieces is a big thing. The pressing, get the ball and counter pressing is one thing, but here the high pressure for me is key. If they do that today to England, I think it can be a problem for England. I really hope that we are brave enough to do it today, Denmark, and you saw Serbia do it in the last game. Then we know the counters is a thing that will come, and in each situation with two strikers and willing runners on the wing backs here, Christensen and that great ball under to Højlund. So I would say that will be the thing, but also I know Kasper wants control. There will be spells where I think you would like to have the ball on England's half, and let's just do what they do.
Okay. Let's go back pitch side to hear from an England striker who knows all about winning the Euros.
Yes, incredible memories of an incredible career and an incredible summer. Hopefully England are celebrating again this July. Ellen, great to have you as part of our coverage. Firstly, what did you make of England's opening performance against Serbia?
I think ultimately it was about getting 3 points. I think that first half was unbelievable. I think we just blew them off the park. In particular, obviously, Jude Bellingham was unbelievable. His goal, I thought Saka played really well. And I think it was about them building their connections. Second half, I think, Serbia came out of the blocks. They needed to get a goal. They wanted to be more front-footed and more aggressive. But ultimately, for this tournament, you don't win the tournament in the first game. It's all about getting those points on the board. So 3 points, and we look forward to this Denmark game.
Looking at the lineup for tonight's game, are you surprised at all that Gareth Southgate hasn't made any changes?
I'm not surprised because nobody did anything wrong. Everyone performed at their maximum level. I think the only thing that concerns me is that left-hand side. We want more width, especially with Denmark having 3 at the back. We want to exploit those wide areas for Saka, and Foden obviously he's got more of that free role. But we've got incredible players on that bench, the likes of Gordon and Palmer, to potentially come on and make a big impact.
From one striker to another, let's discuss Harry Kane. What did you make of the role that he had to play against Serbia?
I think the word is selfless for me. He did so much for the team. He kept Serbia's back line honest, kept them so high, which then meant our midfield could get on the ball. Bellingham could get free, could score his goal. Second half, I think he was frustrated. He's a 9.5, isn't he? He likes to be in the box. He scores unbelievable goals, but he wants to be in the build-up play. So I think he would have been frustrated not to get enough touches. He obviously had that chance late in the game as well. So hopefully he can get on the ball a little bit more today.
I was going to say, what sort of role do you expect him to play against Denmark tonight? Because it was almost 2 different roles in that game.
Yeah, and I think obviously they're playing 3 at the back, so probably like Christensen or somebody man-marking him at the back. So I think he'll be getting on the ball more, but I think obviously we want him in the box, we want him to score goals, but we want the midfield and the wide players to get on the ball, crosses in the box. So I'm really excited to see what he'll be doing, and hopefully more selfish basically from Harry Kane, I reckon.
As for Denmark, their fans are absolutely deafening at the moment. What are you expecting their main threats to be? What do England need to be wary of?
I think for me they'll be hurt, having conceded like 77 minutes against Slovenia. I think set pieces will be massive. Obviously we saw Eriksen score that unbelievable goal, like runs into the box, crosses into the box. But I think set pieces, crosses, corners will be a big plus for Denmark, and obviously they need to come out and win. Serbia got that 90-minute equaliser against Slovenia, so it'll be a really exciting game.
Yeah, really exciting game. As I said, absolutely deafening here. It's also really hot as well. Be interesting to see how that affects the England players, and the roof is on inside here as well, Gary.
The winner against Serbia was set up by one of Gareth Southgate's most consistent performers. Only Harry Kane has scored more goals for England since Bukayo Saka's debut in 2020. He's been speaking to Kevin.
A wonderful goal!
Bukayo Saka.
A win on the opening match of the Euros. You've had a few days now. How do you reflect on it?
Coming into the European Championship, there was a lot of noise, a lot of talk, and a lot of pressure on game 1. And we just wanted to win it and get that confidence in the team and build from that.
Jude Bellingham will get the headlines, but you played a pretty key role in it as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
us in, it's what I'm in the team for, you know, to affect the game, the top of the pitch.
This England attack, we've been so excited to see it. The word fluid has been used a lot. Did we see that at its best in that goal?
Yeah, a bit, you could say that.
That wasn't a convincing reply.
Yeah, you could say that for the goal. I think, you know, there's another level to come from us.
Jordan Pickford mentioned in his press conference the other day there's still a lot of leaders in this group. You named yourself. What kind of leader are you, and do you feel that way?
Yeah, I feel I have a bit of a responsibility. You know, my way of leading is probably more on the pitch, leading by example, playing with fearlessness. They're going to want to do the same, and that's the type of way I try to lead.
Fearlessness, is that a word that you use to describe how you play?
Yeah. I always try and remind myself, you know, it's a game of football. These games are massive, you know, if you sit and think, oh, you know, I'm saying European Championships, group stage, and you know, you can go on all day, but you know, when you come back to the feeling that it's a game of football, and you know, you've been playing it your whole life, you've been chosen to be here, it just makes you fearless.
You're 22 years old, but it feels like you're one of the more experienced heads. Do you feel that way as well?
It's crazy, you know, it's crazy because I'm 22, but I have a lot of caps already under my belt in our third tournament now, so yeah, whenever I can help a few of the lads that are new to the camp, I always try and do my best at that.
You've been so successful and so key to England's success over the past few years. We actually asked you to pick out your 3 favourite England goals. Which one do you want to talk about first?
I want to talk about the one at Old Trafford. Trent told me before, you know, if the ball comes and it's at a good pace, you know, I'm going to swing it in behind. I was ready for it. My first touch was good. When it just bounced, I said, no, I'm hitting this. What a goal. It's my favourite England goal for sure.
What's better, Trent's ball to you or your finish?
Nah, it's the finish. Come on.
He played in midfield the other day, and a large part of the reason that the manager wants him to play there is because of balls like this, isn't it?
For us attackers, it's a joy to play with him. You know, he's always looking forward, he's always looking in behind, trying to threat the backline. I think, you know, when he plays, the opposition are a bit scared. You never know where he can find the spaces, which pass he's going to play, so yeah, he's definitely appreciated on the team.
Which one do you want to go with now?
Ukraine. When the ball came to me, it was perfect, it was on my safe side, so I just wanted to just use my body and just take it away from him. Then, when the ball was sat there, I said, I'm putting it top corner. Execution was perfect. Sometimes when the ball's left my foot, I know it's going in. Scoring a goal like this at Wembley Stadium is so beautiful.
Okay then, your third one.
My first goal at the World Cup. It being the World Cup alone is enough for it to be one of my favourite, but also the finish was really good. Another volley actually. Speaking out the volley in English. It's a dream for every player to play at the World Cup, and to score is even better. The first game as well, and we speak about that first game pressure. I was buzzing.
Yeah, it came from a set piece as well, and it's something that Gareth Southgate's England have been really good at.
Yeah, they're so important. You know, if you watch some of the games already in other countries, a lot of games have been decided by set pieces. So, you know, we're on it and we're doing our best to make sure we make the most of it.
Denmark up next. Does that evoke some other pretty special memories of the last Euros?
Yeah. Denmark are a good team, good challenge. We last played them in the Euros. We went to extra time, but we won in the end. Yeah, that was a very special night. Very special night.
Is this England better than the England at the last Euros?
Yeah, I would like to say so. The experience also makes us better. A lot of us were there at that tournament and at the World Cup as well. We learned things, and playing together makes us better, so I would say so.
Well, if he scores today, the roof will come off, and it's actually on for this particular game. He's become such an important player for England, Bukayo Saka, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, how can you not like him, mate? You just warm to him. Straight away in the studio, we're here going, like, what a nice kid he sounds like. But he's a devastating player. 22 years old, third tournament, scoring loads of goals for this team, and an integral member of this team. It's so important He's one of the first names on the sheet in this team, no doubt. And in the first game, outside of Jude Bellingham, I think he was my favourite player to watch.
Yeah.
The variation in these plays, what really excited me. The ability to go outside, to come inside, unpredictable in his play, but then the class, the rate of pass there, the timing of his pass there. That's what the player with many more years Henry's got, I'm sure, many more games. But he plays like somebody who knows what he's about now and knows exactly how to skin fullbacks. Because this game in the first half, he destroyed the fullback numerous occasions.
We talked about it earlier. If this is happening today, then I would be fearful of Denmark. He can't be isolated 1 against 1. He'll just go.
I'll be surprised if he's allowed to go 1v1.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But then I think he still has the intelligence to really work that out. Play 1-2s inside and make movements.
His decision making is way beyond his years, isn't it?
Yeah, and that comes from good coaching, but also you have to have that intelligence as a young footballer as well to take on the information. And actually, the pictures that you keep seeing in game repeatedly, working out how to dissect those and then get beyond players and then to create chances. But he's a wonderful player. I think who's huge for him. If we're going to win it, he has to be playing well, especially.
How have you dealt with him, Thomas, when you've played against Arsenal?
We try to double up a bit.
Yeah.
Very big. As he's the key player, so we need to double up, close down his left foot, actually let him go on his right if you can't close everything. So that's the big thing.
On the opposite side of the pitch, how do England get the best out of Phil Foden? Although by the fact that he's on the opposite side of the pitch suggests that's not going to get the best out.
Yeah, he's playing on the left. We all think he should be playing centrally. The thing is about Foden is when he came to Man City and when he's in the team, it was all about the timing. I just want his stats there of how much he's running. You don't want Phil Foden in a team for running stats. You want him in there for quality. And of course, and when you come into the team with De Bruyne, it's about demanding and being and having that responsibility. I've got a couple of clips here of England against Serbia. Multiple occasions they can play the ball forward. They don't do that. He looks for one in behind. Again, he drops into his space. No one looks for him. They recycle the ball, and look at him. He's frustrated. Give me the ball in great areas. Time again to pass forward. In the space, it doesn't happen. This is where we're going to find him probably in the space in today's game. Again, he's breaking the lines. Can he pass forward? No, it doesn't. Jude Bellingham on the ball. He's the mainstay of the team. He's the one who's got all the confidence. Phil Foden is the best player in this team in the tight spaces. Get the ball to him as soon as possible. It doesn't happen. You don't want Phil Foden in this position. He cannot hurt your position in this here. He's in a left-back position, and this is the difference at Man City. Play the ball forward quick. Diaz straight into his feet, and look what happens. Little touch, finish. This is exactly what England need to do, because he can do it. Whether he's playing on the right or on the left, I had a clip before about running behind. He can make these runs in behind because he's so intelligent. And then it's about putting the ball across, which he can do. Again, another one. He finds himself in essential areas. I put this one in for Thomas because it was for Brentford, and I knew you would like this one, Thomas. But the key is... No, but the key is to play team best players as quick as possible, who can give the opposition damage. And we're not
That's
doing
a really
that.
interesting piece, Micah, and particularly the fact he was demanding the ball. Cesc said after the game, if you remember, he says, in those circumstances, Phil Foden should be demanding the ball. It was very clear that he was demanding the ball and not receiving it.
I think he's demanding it and shouting after. If you're in the game, when someone's on the ball, you've got to be telling them.
But I thought that showed it did.
I think when the ball's been released and passed and he's frustrated and shows he's frustrated and the ball's gone then, that phase is gone, you've got to be shouting before the ball comes. And if it doesn't, go and tell people directly, listen, you've got to give me the ball. Play to your best players in those positions. And I think the team sometimes need to talk about that.
The difference is, when you watch Bellingham, shoulders out, he's demanding it, he's controlling it. We need Phil Foden to show that personality now and let people know how good a player he is. It's been unbelievable for Man City. We need to now see
teams do identify who's your best player. When I played, if you're the best player, we're talking about it in the change room, we're talking about it during the game. Get the ball to him, by the way. And I think Phil is that at Man City more now, and he isn't that right now at England, because they're playing to Jude first, they're playing to Harry first, they're playing to Saka first before him.
Thomas, we heard you say how you thought Denmark might hurt England. How could England possibly hurt Denmark?
I think there's a few ways. One of them, of course, is get the front four to click. But if Denmark today are too high and not putting pressure on the ball. There's a lot of space behind the back five, and especially the centre backs doesn't have the maximum pace. Here's another situation is back behind Christensen for deep run. So two situations where they need to be more aware. And this is after a high pressing situation where you can see there's so much space down the middle where Denmark need to make sure that they don't give that space away, because we know the quality from Trent, Declan, Jude in those areas. Here it's behind Anderson. I think they have a fantastic seat with Crystal Palace. If you do that, it's just narrowly headed away. Just one thing I was thinking about is that Andreas Christensen is
You just got to put yourself in that place as a defender. If you've got a striker who constantly keeps going into the midfield, number 10, it's easy for me to defend that. Yeah. We want him there. If you want to run that way, it's difficult, and that's why I think even the Tony or Watkins, introducing them into the game could be vital as well.
There's Prince William there. I think he might be with the King of Denmark. Is it? It is, yeah. Thomas? Yeah.
King, yeah.
They look chilled, they look relaxed, no shirt undone, I love that.
Yeah, exactly, I think they're very chilled.
Yeah.
There is Harry Kane, getting ready to lead his team out. Some great individuals in there. We can see Declan Rice there. He's outstanding.
This is the moment that because you know right now you've been tense all day, all night waiting for this, and you're there just going like, get me out there. But you've got to remain focused, understand exactly what the instructions are, and go out and do your thing.
When does that nervousness for you leave your body? Is it your first touch? Is it the first pass? Is it the first tackle?
When the whistle goes. As soon as the whistle goes, I'll go out there, I'm quite nervous, the fans there, and you can hear a little bit, and then all of a sudden you just like, you want everything swishing off it. If I hear noise and I can hear detail of shouts and voices, I'm not in the zone I need to be. I want it almost blurry throughout my ears. I don't want to hear too much detail, and I'm in the zone, ready to rock and roll in a game like this. Huge game.
Great stuff. Jude Bellingham, you know, we've not spoken about him yet, which is unusual these days.
Me too.
Is he important? He tends to speak for himself.
On the field. There's a man, obviously Kasper Schmeichel, great hero of Leicester City.
He needs to have a top game today.
He know that. Yeah. And he's one of the game's great shot stoppers.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I played with Kasper. I think, just look at it from an England point of view, if there was one weakness of this game, it is crosses as well. Because that's the only thing I would say.
But England is not crossing the ball that much.
We will need it today.
Yeah. How's it going to go today, Mike?
Again, I was a bit nervy in the Serbia game. England obviously they can top the group today. I think all the nerves will be out their system. I think it'll be difficult. I think it'll be a tough game. But I think England get over the line.
2-0 England, confident.
I just heard yours.
Yeah, 1-0 Denmark. I need to go with the half.
You don't believe this?
We've got you surrounded, Thomas. We've got you surrounded. They're on their way out. It's England versus Denmark. A win, of course, would mean that England win the group, which would mean they would avoid Germany. Your commentators, Alan Shearer and Guy Mowbray.
Thanks, Gary. Hello, everyone. An early start to the England evening, as they aim to book a place in the round of 16 early by making it 2 wins out of 2. atmosphere as it has been for nearly every game at the European Championship so far. It's one of joyous anticipation. Excitement in the air. And the first thing we'll hear before we get down to business are the national anthems of Denmark and England. White and red at the other. Those are the only colours in Frankfurt today. Let's take a look at the lineups then. The Denmark side shows one change from Sunday against Slovenia. It's the same back three, but then Joachim Mæhle replaces Alexander Barr on the right. It was Mæhle's challenge on Raheem Sterling in the semi-final of the last Euros that brought England a penalty and subsequently a win. 9 of the starting 11 have played or do play in England, including, of course, Christian Eriksen, whose goal at the weekend was a wonderful moment. And who now becomes his country's joint record appearance maker on 132, until Simon Kjær gets off the bench for another of his own. The referee is Arthur Soares Dias from Portugal. England have been acquainted with him only recently. He was in the middle for the 1-0 Wembley defeat to Brazil at the end of March. Kasper Schmeichel and Harry Kane don't need any introduction. It doesn't always hold these days, but the manager's mantra used to be don't change a winning team, and Gareth Southgate hasn't. So it's Trent Alexander-Arnold in midfield once again, Phil Foden on the left, and in the continued absence of Luke Shaw, Kieran Trippier at left back, and winning his 50th cap. It is no surprise who's been the most talked about player in the side, before and especially since Sunday, Jude Bellingham. The only player other than Michael Owen to score at a European Championship and World Cup before the age of 21. We're in Frankfurt, where England have won before. 1-0 against Paraguay in the 2006 World Cup, but they've lost here before too. 3-1 to the Soviet Union at Euro 88. That was only a few weeks after a 17-year-old Alan Shearer had announced himself to the English football public with a hat-trick for Southampton against Arsenal. And he's ready to do some more announcing here. If I remember rightly, that was 4-2, wasn't it? We'd take that result, wouldn't we? We certainly would. Before we start, there will be a moment of applause around the stadium to pay tribute to the passing of former UEFA General Secretary Gerhard Aigner, who has sadly passed away. Denmark drew in game one, 1-1 against Slovenia. They had the lead for an hour. England had the lead for longer than that and held on against Serbia. That was the general tale of the game. I think, Alan, you want to see something just a little more positive today. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Game one at a major tournament, get through it and win it. Game two at a major tournament, win it and get serious. The kit colours are the full traditional ones. Denmark red and white, England white and navy. Denmark out to avenge semi-final defeat 3 years ago. England for a place in the knockout stages. And they will no doubt bring many of you the usual mix of enjoyment and endurance. Something to endure from the start as Denmark knocked it around nicely and got the first effort in on target, and it was Spurs' Pierre-Emile Højbjerg who managed it. It was a very positive start for them, knocking it around rather well with Højlund running in behind. That's going to have to be a feature of his game tonight. He's going to upset that back four of England. Trippier lost possession a little carelessly. Alexander Arnold likewise. Christensen didn't get the return. Nice bit of involvement for Bukayo Saka, who sparkled in the first half against Serbia. No, he did just that, didn't he? He gave all sorts of problems for them down their left-hand side, and I can see him doing exactly the same again this evening. Trying to hug the touchline and get as much ball as possible into him. We know he can go on the outside. Loves to go inside as well on that left foot. One thing to note, it looks as though Thomas Frank has got his wish. And Andreas Christensen will be on the left of the back three. Vestergaard in the middle. Saka has Walker on the outside. Foden's making his way into the area. Walker didn't get the power, off balance as he tried to deliver. Took a bit of turf out of the pitch as well. I don't think it matters to them who plays on the left side, whether it's Vestergaard or not. With runs like that from Kyle Walker, they won't stop them. Alexander Arnold, that's 2 or 3 England passes now that have not been as crisp as they might have been. Getting the nerves out of the legs. Trippier. Nice to Stones. Okay, such a good game against the Serbs. Kane has already touched it more in this match than he did in the first half at the weekend. And Kowendy, he likes doing that. Got to have runners past him though when he does it. Gay.
One. BBC One.
Bits of grass there. Soft top to the playing surface. Saka. They're going to get onto that. Look for a moment as though he might have the run on Christensen. I don't mind that though, that's a good run. That's just telling the defender who's marking him, I can also go short as well as go long. You remember he did it early on in the previous game as well, and then about 5 minutes later got the ball in behind. And that's where the goal came from. There's Victor Christensen. Spent last season with Bologna in Italy on loan from Leicester City. There's Vestergaard of Leicester. Time on the ball. Just trying to suss each other out at this moment in time, both teams, aren't they? A bit of room now. Naylor keeps it in. And he's stretching to carry on with the move. He did just catch Kieran Trippier. Trippier in between the player and the ball. He got the distance absolutely spot on, Trippier, didn't he? Decided to attack on his touch there and well timed. I respectfully disagrees with you. Be the first time. Now Carl Walker's taken a seat. Has John Pickford seen him? He has. The referee is going to delay proceedings. I just wonder whether it was one of those occasions when he's bursting forward and he mentioned it about the turf giving away, because it did twice, didn't it? A real one of those, might have to make a decision in a moment.
This is a little worrying. There's a shake of the head from Walker. Whether he's just shaking his head to say, no, I'm all right. There, it was exactly where the turf got ripped off. His left ankle underneath it. Ouch. Really sunny day in Frankfurt today, but there's been a lot of rain around over the last week. Put the roof on, the canopy, such as it is, yesterday, and it has stayed on. And that's the reason why the pitch is cutting up a little bit. Kyle Walker's changing his footwear.
Different studs.
Are studs still a thing?
You trying to tell me?
There we go. There we go.
I'm getting on.
Nixon's touch. Movia.
And you're looking all over the pitch, you know. It is cutting up all over.
Watch for the bobbles. I don't think that's been the main reason for some of the misplaced passes yet, but it may be as the game goes on. Ullmann trying to help it on to Rasmus Højlund. England have it with Bellingham, who keeps his balance despite the pitch. Just the one game played on this surface at the competition before today. That was Slovakia's shock 1-0 win against Belgium on Monday. Have to get it right before Sunday because the host play here, Germany-Switzerland. Gay. And Stones. Saka. Bellingham had to stretch for it, but he got there, and then he thinks he was forced to the floor unfairly by Højbjerg. Højbjerg then did do the decent thing by tapping it out. Bellingham was hurt by the challenge. Only a little.
Sure he saw him coming, didn't he? Just came on the blind side. There you go.
He was wincing before it, wasn't he? KG low-key minutes played.
There's you got the front four, if you like, there trying to stop that ball and coming out, and quite happy to let the defenders have it at the moment.
Rasmus Højlund. Marquez caught him up. Take the ball, and the flag is up for offside against the Manchester United striker anyway.
But again, another concern there, Gay. First thing he did, he slipped, doesn't he? Again, he loses a foot, and looking at the pitch again, he was offside. Just, I think, maybe.
Only just. He's going to do a lengthy warm-up on the pitch. Some might have to follow Kyle Walker's lead and change footwear. There's Alexander Arnold. Isn't he to use the pitch? Trippier. In towards Bellingham, who's ghosted into the penalty area. Ullmann is back with him now, trying to get to grips with him, literally. Foden. Stones to Walker. Saka. Rice. Walker. Clever ball. Foden. Nice bit of skill. And now he might be in. Had to stretch for it. Was leaning as he did so. And that's why he missed the target.
It's really good play from England, though. Switching the play originally from the right-hand side to the left. Then they move it back again. And Foden follows the ball. Walker gives him the width and then finds Foden in there. Does really well to chink inside. He just can't get the shot on target. It's important that he keeps on doing that, though.
Is he playing just that little bit narrower than he did for the most part the other day?
He's certainly been given the freedom to come in there like that and do that. And then Trippier's got to get down that side for him, which then allows Trent Alexander-Arnold to sort of ping those balls out to him.
With the turn, couldn't find Mela. Rasmus Højlund is buzzing about. Saka, Alexander-Arnold. Saka, was he being held on to? He's managed to free himself. And a bump and a barge, courtesy of Christiansen.
His movement again though, Saka, wasn't it? Trying to draw the defender in, asking him to come with him in the hope that he's leaving the space in behind.
To Hjulmand. Mela. Christensen. Vestergaard. Intercepted by Walker. And Saka. Nickname of a Danish boot. An important touch it was from Højbjerg.
Was, but he was away.
All the way back to Jordan Pickford. Stones. Just started to make a break down the left. Alexander-Arnold not able to get the elevation on the pass. Taps around where Phil Foden is. He just looked down at the pitch actually. That's particularly divoty.
All over the pitch. Denmark are doing different to what Serbia did is when England, or when Pickford has the ball, they're quite content to let Stones and Gahey have it.
Rice puts the pressure on, and it's worked. Declan Rice keeps the ball. Harry Kane in with a chance to shoot. The effort is well and truly smothered by Joachim Andersen.
It's really good defending that. You see Harry Kane just weighing it up with his left foot. Anderson just gets out quickly to him and blocks it.
Stones. England seeing more of the ball than Denmark now.
And got the press right, didn't they, England? Particularly Declan Rice. There's a time to go, and they timed it to perfection. That's what I mean about them letting England have the ball, whereas particularly in the second half, Serbia were pressing high and making England kick it long.
Walker. Saka. Walker is in to win it. Brilliant work by Kyle Walker. And a big chance for Kane! Advantage England. The first goal and another Euros for Captain Kane. And it all came about because Victor Christiansen went to sleep and Kyle Walker made him pay.
You mentioned the switch, didn't you? Vestergaard and Christiansen. Well, it hasn't worked because he's been sleeping, Christian. He got caught on the ball. He just didn't see Kyle Walker at all creeping up on him. He couldn't believe his luck. He's thinking he's going to clear it, but he didn't. He's bright and alert. It's just a matter of whether he can pick the right ball out, and it does take a deflection or two. But if there's one man you wanted to fall to in the box, Harry Kane. His tournament's up and running. Thank you very much, he says. A little bit of fortune in the way that it came to him. Once it did, there was only one thing happening. England's man for goals takes his total to 64 for the Three Lions. Denmark 0, England 1. Did I hear people saying before there's a dilemma about Harry Kane? Nonsense. Goals. Marking the 66th time, how appropriate, that he started as England's captain. He's overtaken Brian Robson on that figure. Only Billy Wright and Bobby Moore have led the team from the start more often. He is in the greatest company. He is great. Will that settle any lingering England nerves, which seem to have been dissipating over the last few minutes anyway, after an anxious-ish kind of start to the match? And here's Christensen with amends to make. Højbjerg. Comes off Walker. Alexander-Arnold maybe a bit too casual. Eriksson is there to win it and probably lose it. Yes, once things have settled after the goal, we take a look and see how England will develop from here, because that is the question. It was the question the other day, it was the question in the last Euros final. What happens next? They'll stay tight, they'll stay compact in the hope that they can get them again. Catch them out down the sides like they did, and they'll get chances. Here's Højbjerg. Gulmand, no relation to Coach Kasper. Listen out to Mæhle. Wandering through, but not past Rice. It was a crunching collision, but 50-50 says the referee, allowing it to go. Nearly fell to Denmark nicely. And now the whistle has blown because the offside flag is up. Crunching tackle, wasn't it, Declan Rice? But again, given that protection in front of the back four. And then Kieran Trippier doing well as well, staying strong in the box. Trippier did really well in guiding it, but there's that crunching tackle there. And again, the pitch, just have a look at it. Yeah, Højbjerg slips into Declan Rice. That could have been nasty. I think he tried to put the brakes on Højbjerg. Let's hope England can now play with the brakes off. Should give them great confidence getting the goal again, shouldn't it? Not that they needed any. Let's not forget they won the first game. Clean sheet. It's always tense in the first game. A little bit of pressure to soak up here. Kieran Trippier stops the cross from Joachim Mæhle. Happy Lions. Maybe good spirits around Frankfurt, haven't they? Absolutely brilliant from supporters of all nations, actually. Yeah. Last night there were Germans out, there were Scots, there were English, there were Danes, and we certainly didn't hear any reports of anything untoward. It was a really good. It was a party town, was Frankfurt. Eriksson. Shot blocked. Pickford has stayed back. He's allowing Rice to sort that out. Saka, not properly clear. Christensen, not properly in, but it will be a Denmark throw. I would imagine there'll be a few of you shouting at the telly at home. Inevitable there would be a Dane response. That's gone out. That's going to be an England throw. Interested in the words of their coach Kasper Hjulmand after they drew 1-1 against Slovenia on Sunday, having led
in the 17th minute, so not dissimilar to England's position now. And he said, when you don't score the second goal, disappointing things can happen. Don't we know it?
Well, there's the first one. Got a great view of it there. Falls very, very nicely for him. He's not missing from there. Left foot. He just guides it into the corner, doesn't he? Owns his body up, side foot.
Christensen will be feeling a little scarred. Listen, gets it out to Mæhle. Here's Eriksson, so adept at finding himself a little bit of room.
If it keeps going deeper for him, then that's all right. The worry is if he gets it on the edge of the box where he is now.
Declan Rice has got it. Ball is deeper in. It was Jonas Vind who was challenging for it in the air.
Yeah, well done, John Stones. Got to watch the ball, and he knows the man is under huge pressure there from Vind.
Rice. Saka shows for it. Rice. Up towards Bellingham. That should be Kasper Schmeichels.
Yeah, what Saka's doing there, and Kane did it, is that both of them are going short in the hope that someone runs, and certainly Bellingham did that. That could be a really good option for England. I do think turning them, because they're three big centre-halves and they are slow on the turn.
Joachim Andersen, who's ambling forward. I can get it back. Eriksson. Højbjerg. Not much trickier, but it's fallen to Andersen. Vestergaard. Vint through to Eriksson. Two stopped him. Rice stretches, and Denmark haven't got away yet. That looked like a fall rather than a foul. That's what the ref thinks as well. Saka. And again Saka. And he was too quick. That is a foul and an England free kick. And a booking for Vestergaard.
I think that is key to this game, you know. I've said it before about the three centre-halves. If you move the ball quickly, you'll get success in and around those three. They won't be able to stop them with the pace that England have. If they time that ball, get their touch right, wait a pass, in behind, it's an area that can hurt them.
This was Højbjerg getting to the ball ahead of Foden. It was a bit of a delayed reaction.
A bit. Only 2 or 3 steps.
Alexander-Arnold. Guéhi, he'll keep that in, or perhaps he'll think he ought to have done a bit better. He got there.
Yeah, impressed with him. A lot of eyes looking at him, thinking how teams can hurt England, particularly with the loss of Maguire, but in the first game and certainly up to now in the first 27 minutes, played well.
He and John Stones had not really had any sort of chance to form a partnership before that game on Sunday. Not effectively anyway, but they kept Mitrovic quiet and then Tadic when he came on. No easy task.
And Vlahovic.
Vlahovic too. They keep Holland and co quiet. So far so good for England. Højbjerg. Bellingham has to be careful with his holding. It's good defending, but then Pickford is synced to it. Eriksson got there, and then Holland couldn't sort his feet out in time. That's a bit of a let-off.
He was just trying to Looking to get back to Pickford and Trent getting in the way. Just a bit of a warning for any of you who are even daring to think about sitting comfortably. Those watching with England eyes, of course. Would be nice though, wouldn't it, if we got in a second one and we could relax a little bit more. Pickford. Foden. It's Walker. Challenged by Eriksen. It's City v United. Stones to Pickford. And up and away looking for Kane. Bellingham loses out to Eriksen. Kuhlman then manages to keep it. A little bit of fight in the game for the first time. Mæhle. Wind. Pickford with the call and the punch. Walker keeps it in and it's a nice little chip for Saka. Can he go? He can. And he will. And he keeps on going before being blocked by Andreas Christensen, and the referee, I think, quite rightly says that's good defending. Yeah, it was. They just sent him down the alley, didn't they? And he couldn't get away from them. He defended it really well. 2v1. Christensen. Player culpable. The moment that gave England the lead in the 18th minute. Harry Kane, the scorer. Christensen, now Vestergaard. Gets it through the gate. Mæhle. Vint. Anderson. This is Jonas Vint. Mark Gahey got the tackle in. And it deflects over the top. Denmark corner. Look at the pitch again. You can see it. Divots everywhere. Oh. You have to time it really well. It gets in behind him. And he did. It's really good movement though. Just see there the touch. Really important touch. To take. So many teams now have somebody standing on the goalkeeper impeding him, but Jordan Pickford's relatively free here. The referee wants to sort something out before the corner comes in. Having a word with Walker and Christensen. Telling them very clearly that he's watching them pretty clearly. Too different from what we see at most corners. Off they go again. Winston's swing in, and the referee immediately blows his whistle. And it seemed as though he was always going to do that. Much to Vestergaard's annoyance. Yep. We do get it from corners. Full on shirts and everything else. Fortunately for England, the ref gave it the other way. Himself to advance downfield. He didn't get very far. Well, this time they chose to press. So his poor touch and then they went for it. I tell you that the Danish mood in the ground is that they're not getting the rub of the green decisions wise. That looked like their throw. Ball given back to them though. And that's a good effort. Oh, it's a wonderful strike.
to draw Denmark level. England guilty of switching off.
What a strike. It just opened up for him. He couldn't believe his luck. Then he thought about it. A second before that and thought, no one's closing me down. Why not have a putt? And Pickford sees it late. He wasn't expecting it.
It all came from an England throw, which perhaps ought to have been a Denmark throw. It was Harry Kane's misplaced ball. And Hjulmand just had a wide-off moment and then showed us why not.
Well, it was a really poor pass, wasn't it? And then he's thinking, got a great invite here to have a pop at goal. All right, I might be 25 yards out, but why not? What a strike it was. Pickford sees it too late. I'm not sure he would have got it anyway.
That seemed to surprise even Coach Kasper. Here's his namesake, Morten Hjulmand. His first international goal is one that he'll remember for a long, long time. Denmark won, England won. I think that might just spark this as a contest.
It's really sloppy from England, from a throw-in. They're throwing. Giving the ball away and then being punished, and no one closing him down, Hjulmand. It wasn't the reaction we were looking for from England from them getting their goal, was it?
Shot of Frederick X of Denmark. Very happy to see that one hit the England net. We can discuss that with the Prince of Wales at half-time. It's over a pint. I'm sure that's what they do. Harry Kane. There's Højbjerg. Rasmus Højlund is on the run and John Stones is there with him to find Walker. Walker breezes and eases away from Eriksson and then runs straight into Christensen. There's a lot of careless football going on.
There's a lot of misplaced passes.
Now the referee had already blown and that will stop the advance. Joachim Mæhle was thinking that he might be running free. Bellingham on Jonas Vind is the reason for the Denmark free kick.
Yeah, Vind just sort of leans into him, doesn't he? Makes the referee give the free kick.
You know what a lot of people will be saying at home, Alan? It's same again, England have won up and don't press home the advantage. Is that the case?
Well, it certainly has been. And when they scored the goal in the first game, I thought they played some really good football, and I was expecting exactly the same from them again to say, okay, we've got the goal that they wanted, to go on and kick on and play on the front foot. But again, automatically they go back and sit and defend. And they've been punished.
The tournament littered with goals struck from outside the penalty area. There's another one. It might be another one. Hjulmand again, allowed to shoot again. This one was blocked, but Denmark corner will come.
But once again, you're getting Foden, Kane, Saka and Bellingham dropping back into that midfield. And once they go 10 or 15 yards further back, then that then sends the defenders further back. If they were to go further forward and have a more of a press on the ball, I think that would be a lot better and a lot easier for them.
John Pickford asking a lot of questions. In from Eriksson. At the back it's Anderson, and it's onto the roof. Stones again. On hand for Pickford. Bellingham. Easily won by Vestergaard. Anderson.
pressed high again on that occasion, forcing England to knock it long again.
Attempts on goal are telling. 7-3 Denmark.
It's been a really good response from them from going 1-0 down. There was no panic, so played their way back into the game.
Vestergaard. Now it's the team in red that has the confidence. You can see it. You can hear it in the stands. Mæhle. A little bit will dip away now.
You can see the frustration on Phil Foden's face because he's come in to try and press, along with Bellingham and Kane and Saka, but they've just popped it around them. There's that wonderful strike again. Look, there's no one within 10 yards of him trying to close him down.
Clean as a whistle.
Wonderful strike.
Who has shone and got better and better as the season has gone on in his first campaign in Portugal with Sporting. Alexander-Arnold just enough on it to find Declan Rice. Foden comes looking for the ball and dribbles through with it. This is what England fans want to see from Phil Foden until the final shot, which is easy enough for Kasper Schmeichel. Harry Kane's asking why he didn't get the layoff.
I get that, I understand that. He did really well to come inside and get that and get the ball. He hasn't seen too much of it, so he's perhaps thinking when he goes past the players, why not have a pop? They've got to do more of that, England. They've got to try and somehow get him onto the ball in the middle of the park. Then when he does, then they've got to have runners around him.
Declan Rice.
And there he is again. When he does that, then it's imperative that Trippier then gets up that far side and stretches the game and tries to make the pitch big, like Saka's doing and what he's doing now on the other side.
It's Walker who will bring Saka in. Trippier is advancing. Foden. Rice. Again Rice. Again Foden. And now Bellingham. We'll be hearing Trippier's time soon. Anyone? Bellingham. Into Kane. It's dealt with by Christensen. Trippier. With England possession and semi-pressured in the Denmark penalty area for the first time in a while. Here's Foden. Can't find Saka though, and it will go behind for a goal kick.
Just on that occasion there when Trippier is out wide, through no fault of his own, the majority of the time he's actually going to come back onto his right foot. Whereas it'll be a lot easier and a lot quicker and better for the England front players, particularly if he was to go on the outside and try that with a left foot. But then you come inside and you force yourself back into the traffic.
First goal England have conceded in a group match at the European Championships since 2016. That was the Gareth Bale free kick that squirmed under Joe Hart. England won that one, 2-1 at the end. It's the Daniel Sturridge. Here's Mæhle. Here's some groans from the England fans at seeing their players lose the ball again. Hjulmand will be taken by Declan Rice and then Phil Foden. He's given it away. Vint. Hjulmand. Mæhle. Joachim Mæhle with space. He was looking for Højlund. It was Guéhi who headed out. Now Kane. Run into a red wall.
It's the same thing again though, isn't it? You win the ball back in the midfield there because you're so deep. There's no one ahead of him. He's got no option.
Towards Højlund. It's a nice first couple of touches. That was Højbjerg. Might just have been bending in. No real dramas for Pickford there.
Yeah, why not? Just see his mate have a pop from a similar distance. It's never going to trouble Pickford, that one though.
It's careless from Stones. Here's Højlund. Gets the ball in. Declan Rice is the extra man in there, but he's almost guilty of losing it now. They're all at it.
They're all at it, and they're all flinging their arms in the air because they don't have any options. They're getting caught on the ball. Too many misplaced passes, and when they look, pick their head up. Can't see a white shirt.
Declan Rice now shouting to anybody within earshot in an England shirt. Gareth Southgate surely has a little bit of, well, a lot of sorting out to do. Bellingham. Walker to Saka. Just 1 minute to be added to the end of the half.
No, it's really difficult when you're facing a back five who are going to sit deep. But other than that Walker run, we haven't seen anyone that's running behind.
Foden, Saka, Kane. Keeping it and holding it. Alexander Arnold now helps out. Eriksen is there to stop the ball being dangerous. Kane. Alexander Arnold. Go all the way over to Trippier. Gay. Rice to Saka. Time whistle is imminent. Foden. He's had a go and it's too high. And it is the last kick of the half. A half which started slowly, then shone very brightly for England, with Harry Kane giving them the lead in the 18th minute after a mistake from Victor Christensen down the Denmark left. But England didn't go for it after that, and were made to pay, Alan, through that Morten Hulmand brilliant strike.
Yeah, it's been a really frustrating half for England. I thought once they got that goal and they would have kicked on, they would have pushed forward, put the defence pushing the midfield up, and very much likewise then get the ball into forward players. We haven't seen any of that. Got to give great credit to Denmark for the way they bounced back after that mistake.
At the break, Denmark won, England won.
Well, that was familiar. We've seen it so many times, haven't we, over the recent years. England get a goal, and then they sit and they go deeper and deeper and deeper, and
yeah, but
they offer nothing.
It's not good enough now. I mean, you know, I thought in the second game against Serbia, a little bit of nerves, all that sort of thing, and sometimes that could happen in a game. Start a little bit better today. We have to respect them, our opposition. I think they're really good, know exactly what they need to do.
Tactically better.
They're just way better tactically, but they're just too deep, England. From the midfield, Trent and Rice in there way too deep. The back four are too deep as well. And they can't get out. Again, we're having the same problem as the first game against Serbia. When we try to get on transition, Kane is so deep, there's no way out.
Yeah.
The second half, we have to make substitutions. Watkins needs to come on and stretch this game, because at the moment it's too easy for Denmark.
Yeah, Thomas, you were delighted with the goal. I mean, it's a fabulous goal, the equaliser. But I think Denmark probably the better team in that half.
Actually, I think you're right. I think overall, I think it's fair to say, I think Kasper set up the team very well. A little tweak, so from the 5-3-2 the first game to more 5-4-1, so Eriksen is more to the left and Wind is dropping down, so I think that's set up well. And then also when they're dominating on the ball, they have good positions. So pleased with the first half.
All these England players, with the exception of Kane, are used to playing high press, attacking, getting in the opposition's half. When they play with England, all of a sudden it's a completely different setup, and it's baffling, isn't it?
It is baffling, and it's concerning, I would say. I think we've got a couple of examples here that I'd like to show. When you're passive, it doesn't matter who you are, what level of player you are, teams will play out and play around you. you have to be aggressive in the way that you press and try and go up against him. This is international football. So when you're going to go and press, you have to go with a little bit more intensity, a little bit more direction. And this clip here, you see it here, we're high up the pitch. This is a good position for us to be in. If you press in the right way, the right angles, the right intensity there, we're miles off it. Easy one pass, takes out 3 players and then you're beyond it. And there's complete control and there's no nervousness, there's no agitation from the England players at all to try and disturb this Denmark team when they're out building. Here again, you see it again, me and us in here, we're going crazy.
I don't know if they're being told to do this, or because, like you said, Gary, week in, week out, they're getting into a shape where they're trying to stop Denmark to play out, but they're lethargic. They need a little bit more energy. They need to be aggressive, and it's just too easy. And this is what they need.
This is aggressive. Jude Bellingham, the catalyst, goes up high. Declan Rice flies in behind it, but there's players up there, enough players to really, really influence this play. And you get your just rewards from it. You get a shot off the end of it. Doesn't come down to anything, but you're actually causing problems and ruffling the feathers of your opponent. Up until that, they ain't done that at all.
Can I offer a slight theory? I think if you want to play a high press, it has to come generally from your centre forward first. Harry does not press. And he's not pressed in that first half. He's hardly moved. And then the team goes deeper and Harry Kane gets even deeper. And then even when you get the ball, you've got nothing to hit.
There's a little bit of a conundrum. There's a conundrum with the way England want to settle. They want to press and they've got the players to press. But Harry Kane is so good at scoring goals and his record is unbelievable. And when his goal comes, you're thinking, okay, Harry Kane, confident. But the other side of the game, we just need to improve. But you're talking about goals. He's one of the best.
I'd be going mad. I'd be screaming. I couldn't let my centre forward not fill in with the workload that the other players are putting in. I need to see that intensity at some point. Put their centre half under pressure that I'm receiving as an England defender.
But the reason he's in there is that he does score a lot of goals and he's in the right place again, and he's one of the best finishers that football's ever seen.
Yes, I mean, we've seen Walker. I think Saka's been brilliant again, getting him a bit of movement, and Christensen just switches off. He thinks he's done a job with Saka. Walker comes in, and then this is what he's great at. In the box, he comes alive. This is what he does, and that's why we rave about him so much. Brilliant from Walker there, just anticipating the move, and then gets a little bit fortunate with a couple back.
You can say, oh, it's lucky, but
he's knows where to be.
He's always there, and it always falls to him, so it can't be just, he has an understanding of where that ball's going to be.
So he's brilliant finish.
And he's brilliant at that, and that's the thing, that's the problem with a manager on Southgate. Portugal probably have it with Cristiano Ronaldo as well. There's certain things that you want, you can't have it all. But what he does is the hardest thing in the game, which is to put the ball in the back of the net.
Absolutely. Denmark equalised. Over to you for this one, Thomas. What a goal! 13th goal from outside the box.
Yeah, exactly. And I've said don't finish outside the box, but yes, if you do it like Morten Juhlmann here, then it's fantastic. What a strike! He hit it so clean. So fantastic goal in so many ways.
But again, Harry Kane, and I'm not picking on Harry Kane, but the fact that he's so deep, okay, he wants to get involved, but it's when you...
He understands there are 10 players behind the ball. It's a fantastic strike. It's 1 in a million.
It's an unbelievable strike.
It's 1 in a million.
1 in a million. Yeah, 1 in a million.
Thomas was celebrating that, you never know. No class.
Quite right as well. We've seen glimpses of Phil Foden. And generally, when he's gone inside, he's looked sharp and he's looked a threat. And he had one decent effort.
Yeah, he's been better. And this is what we was talking about before the game on the ball. When he gets into these little pockets here, a little chop, and then as he goes to kick it, he just bounces up for him. But this is what we need more of. I feel like he's been a bit more dominant, asking for the ball a lot more. And if we get him into these areas here, then we can score goals in that sector.
Outside of the goal has been him in these central areas. If you don't realise now, Mr. Southgate, that this is where he should be playing, it will never happen. But he gives us a sense of rhythm, a bit of control. He gives us that little bit of belief and that confidence in middle areas where it gets tight.
But you can see all 3 situations in the middle of the pitch. So it's clearly he got that free roll. He can drift and he can be on the ball where he wants. Or when he finds the right areas, he can create great opportunities.
Denmark's press has been far superior, and I think there's one moment that you've picked out that sums it up for you.
Yeah, I just think that this is, I think it's a fantastic situation to press from. Everything is set from a goal kick, and if you're aggressive there, it's difficult to get out of. And one ball up, England's not getting on top of it, Denmark is landing on it, and boom, then you're up there in control. You can pass it, you can move it, find the position. They want to have the 3-2 build up, 2 wing backs, three on the last line. So then they found the control there.
Yeah, I mean it's very unusual in the modern era to see a pitch that cuts up. I mean, like a bowling green compared to the pitch I played on, but I mean it is cutting up quite considerably.
And Kyle Walker had to change his boots after 10 minutes, like because the pitches, everyone's slipping and sliding. You think that some of them have got roller skates on, but it does happen sometimes. You just got to deal with it. Both teams have got the same problem.
It can tell you though, because when you're used to playing in moulded studs and then you go into the proper studs, but it's just when the pitch is like that, it's no good for the players. You're worried about the injuries, but they've got to get on with it, and that's
Can we get the groundsman's name and just highlight it?
It's from Man United.
What are they going?
I've no idea. I've no idea. I think we've got a graphic of the average positions of the England players before the goal and post the goal. That's before, obviously, even that's still quite deep, but then it drops off even more.
That is exactly what we were talking about before the game. We highlighted that before. This isn't something that's just bare in his head now. No. This has happened in the last tournament. It's many games you can go to where we score and we set back, especially against teams that are considered like top teams around. No disrespect to Denmark, but we're doing it against Serbia and Denmark. That's the battling thing.
Inviting pressure.
Yeah.
Constantly inviting pressure. And I know England's defensive record has been good of the past, but we've got a different variety of players now who can keep the ball. That's the difference.
Play to your strengths, not your weaknesses. Drama, tension, and high stakes. But enough about the football. Here's what's on iPlayer.
2 words. Blowing up.
This is hard work, long hours, high pressure. If you're in over your head, you're not doing that what it takes. People's lives are at stake.
We are so dead.
Explosive US drama. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
A reminder, you can watch this game in HDR on iPlayer. We've got France versus Netherlands tomorrow night on BBC One from 7:30. Wayne Rooney joins us. And to get you in the mood, why not watch the Kylian Mbappe documentary available now on iPlayer.
Look them up for original comedy. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Time to head back to the Frankfurt Arena to get the thoughts of former England striker Ellen White. She's down there, you can see her alongside Kelly Summers.
Well, Gary, all started so well, didn't it? The atmosphere inside the stadium here in Frankfurt was absolutely electric. Jude Bellingham's name being sung out once again. When Harry Kane gave England a goal, that was exactly what we wanted, and exactly what you wanted to see from Harry Kane.
I think he heard me, didn't he, before the game? He definitely heard me. No, that's exactly the position, in the 6-yard or 18-yard box. We just haven't seen it enough in this first half, which has been a little bit frustrating, especially for these fans here in the stadium.
What do you feel changed after England got the breakthrough? Because it was notable, the guys have just gone through average position.
Yeah, I feel like they were giving Denmark a lot of confidence and momentum and allowing them to get possession on the ball. They were just moving the ball constantly for that last probably 15, 20, 30 minutes, which then pushed England back. I think Saka and Foden became really narrow, which then made the wide areas a really easy option for Denmark, and then they could build their attack. And it felt like it was coming, that goal, and it was an unbelievable strike. But England just need to get on the ball a bit more. They need to move the ball, and I think they need to exploit these areas of space, especially behind the back 5 of Denmark.
One comment you made to me midway through was about the heat. It's incredibly hot and humid in here. I said pre-match that the roof is on as well. Do you think that could be affecting England's performance, given the fact there's quite a tight turnaround between games as well?
Yeah, I think definitely coming down pitch side, it feels a little bit thicker, the air. So I think that might be a factor. I think obviously the pitch cutting up, and I think, we need to bring on fresh legs as well. The likes of maybe Cole Palmer or Gordon coming on. Bring that fresh
freshness, that aggressiveness to really exploit those spaces. Yeah, we've just seen them warming up behind us. Who would you like to see out of those players? Do you think it needs a change in attack? Yeah, I think so. I definitely think we need someone to get on the ball, moving and running with the ball into the spaces behind the Denmark defence. Yeah, will be interesting, Gary. We're going to show you the pitch because it really is cutting up, but they have just smoothed it out. Let's hope it holds out a little bit better in the second half.
Serbia's late equaliser against Slovenia earlier means if England can win their opening 2 games in the Euros for the first time, they'll secure top spot in Group C and crucially avoid a potential last 16 tie with host Germany. To do that, they'll have to play considerably better in the second half. A point wouldn't be the end of the world and will still leave them in a strong position for progression from the group at the very least. Micah, what would you do?
If it continues in the second half of the same and England drop off deeper, I would look to bring on Watkins. For Harry Kane.
Yeah.
I know he scored his goal. I know how important it is to England's side. But in terms of stretching the team, getting it pitched, some of that pace is needed. Maybe even Gordon as well.
Yeah. I've got definitely the same. I think you've got 3 centre halves and you've got a striker coming back to the ball. Doesn't make sense. You've got to have someone running in behind. Kane can do it. I've seen him do it. But you just need to be able to play the ball in there.
Why is he not doing it? Why is he dropping really deep? Why is he not pressing hard? I mean, is it not instructions from Mike?
If you watch Harry Kane's game for how long, the last couple of years, that's what he does.
Now, yeah.
That's what he does.
Pretty static.
But they've got other players who now can do that role, who can play them threaded balls. He needs to stay high.
There is a role for him. There's no denying there's a role for him to play, and he's definitely a main player in this team. But you've got to be able to, and I think as a manager, maybe you can help us here, but you've got to take off your big man sometimes and put someone else in that fits the game, that fits the profile of the game.
It's just, if you take him off, imagine the press and everything, maybe we'll be having...
You can't think like that.
No, I'm not saying he's taking off the press. I'm just saying that's one thing. 2, he's the captain, he's the main man. If you decide to go down that route, you play him. Yeah. So he will not take him out.
No,
it'll be another man. Personally, I think you should keep him, and then maybe another one.
Thomas, as far as Denmark are concerned, they'll be more than happy with what they've done in the first half. More of the same, do you suspect?
Yeah, more of the same. They will expect England to come out with more, of course, but they probably also will sit in there and think, okay, we've got a chance here. So a point would be great for Denmark, but I think they think now, okay, there maybe could be more in it. But I expecting England to step up a little.
Well, you need to step up the pitch for a start, Mike. I know you're a bit exasperated. I think we all are with the way they've just sat back.
Yeah, but you can change in the second half. They get an early goal. Get the confidence is. But I want to see it a lot more from England now. They're better than what they're showing. And even it's not just the fact of Kane. Can the midfielders get on the ball and keep the ball? Can they push up the field as well?
I'm still not convinced by the balance in midfield, I've got to be honest. I think there's something not quite right in there, because to try and get control of the game, the midfield is essential in that part of it as well. And the distances from the back to the front, from the back line to the front of the pitch, is so big. No pressure on the ball at all. It's making it very difficult for us to kind of get a foothold in this game.
Okay, let's rejoin Alan Shearer and Guy Mowbray.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, Gary. Well, we are where we were 3 years ago at Wembley in the semi-finals of the last European Championship. It was 1-1 at the break then, the goal's the other way round. We had to wait until extra time for England to win it. A penalty that Harry Kane actually had saved by Kasper Schmeichel. But he put in the rebound for the winner. You've seen Peter already, haven't you?
It's just to our right, look, 10 yards to our right-hand side. There he is.
Offside, England free kick. First thing that all England watchers will be looking for is they, as a team, going to be playing higher up the pitch than they did for the majority of that first half.
Well, that comes from the defence, you know. The defence have got to push the midfield on, and then that automatically pushes the forwards on as well. I think we can afford to push up the defence. You've got Yehi and Walker, 2 of the quickest players around.
Started as the first half did, with England misplacing a pass or 2. No substitutions made by Gareth Southgate nor Kasper Hjulmand at the break.
Well, England have got to do better than they did in the first half. Got to show more energy. Got to get more players on the ball and certainly got to get more players running in behind that back three or back five.
Denmark trying to get in behind. There's a chance for Jonas Wind, and Højlund hasn't given up on it. Trippier up, but not away. That was a bit of a shank, missed kick, whatever you want to call it. And he's lucky that Pickford was able to come and catch it.
Certainly wasn't a bad pass.
Whistle's gone. Denmark really angry at that. They think they've won the ball from Trent Alexander-Arnold fair and square.
I thought he was fortunate there. It's a little bit of a block, but I think he's looking for it.
Bellingham. Rice. Given no time. Snapping into the tackle came Olivier.
Brilliant from Denmark, brilliant closing down again, giving him no time on the ball whatsoever. That's what England need to do.
Gilman. Vestergaard. Gahey. Whistles Højlund out of his way. Kane to Saka. Walker in support. Lucky that the ball came to it. Saka. Kane. Rice. Stones. Alexander-Arnold. Doesn't seem to be any sort of cohesion in that area of the pitch.
No, they're all over the place. You can tell it's slow, it's lethargic. You're passing it, all right, you're keeping hold of the ball, you're passing it from one side to the pitch to the other. You actually go nowhere with it. You don't have any runners or any movement.
Schmeichel clears. Walker will win it. One back brindled by Bellingham, but Eriksen has dropped him now. Wants to get up and start going through his stretching and jogging is Conor Gallagher from the England substitutes. Alexander-Arnold was a change that was made on Sunday. Vestergaard.
See, it's walking pace, isn't it? From an England point of view. When you close down, you've got to close down as if you mean it. And your whole team, every single player's got to do it with high energy.
Alexander-Arnold, this is his first chance to give us a burst of energy. A little bit of momentum lost with the pass behind Foden. First time he's done that. Drive down the middle.
You need to see a bit more of that from him and from Declan Rice when they get the ball in the middle.
Saka. Takes the long route round. Foden.
And more of that as well from Saka.
Trippier. Here's Bellingham. Trippier. Declan Rice. He's had a go. A couple of touches from other players in the way, and it's not quite trickled, but it certainly didn't test Kasper Schmeichel.
No, he wasn't getting as much room as Gilman did in that first half. Højlund on this occasion closing him down.
There's a sting taken off the shot straight away by Rasmus Højlund.
minutes. Okay, the coarseness, no problems. Calling England, no problems. But in terms of the press, now and again, you maybe not do it every time, but you can do it if everyone's prepared to do it. And go and close them down and show that energy, instead of letting them passing it at their pace and controlling the tempo of the game.
Alexander-Arnold. Serbian spoke close by, and Alexander-Arnold has an eye on where Saka is going to be. He's right there. Might be a chance for Saka. There is a chance for Saka. It's into the side of the net.
But at least he's prepared to run in behind. It then gives his players the option to put it in there and stretch it. We certainly haven't seen enough of that at all from England. I don't mind that. Even if he doesn't get it, at least you're turning them, and at least you can get everyone up the pitch and try and close them all down.
Shoulder-on-shoulder nudge from Christensen certainly helped Denmark's cause. He was brave because he took a blow for his own goalkeeper in doing that. That's a room there for Jonas Vind to knock it down. Højbjerg. Again, and understandably, the noise in the crowd coming from Denmark voices, because there's a lot of England supporters watching arms folded. Conor Gallagher is going to come on shortly. Offside Højlund. Alexander-Arnold won't be able to take it from there anyway, but England are going to make the change, and he is going off. And Gareth Southgate's made the same alteration that he did on Sunday against Serbia. Is that some sort of admission that it's not quite working as he wants it to?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's given it 7 or 8 minutes into the second half and nothing's changed. It's exactly the same as it was in the first half. He's bringing them on to try and get some energy into that midfield. Give it another 10 or 15 minutes or so, and then get pace up front as well, either side. I mean, I know Saka's just showed it there. But other than that, I can't remember too many times when we've troubled the back five by doing that and turning them.
Yep. Cool.
Jonas Vind is off and taking over immediately. Brentford's Mikael Damsgaard. to change something in games, to change the course of a game. Well, he hasn't hung about. Very proactive.
England fans are trying to rally their team around the best.
VAR is fouled by Bellingham. Advantage with Denmark. Much of one, but they have the ball still. Here is Alexander VAR again. Benfica in Portugal, he started the first game. Damsgaard. Pickford was threatening to counter it, it nearly came to Ericsson, and Rice scrambles it away.
He was Conor Gallagher and managed to get his foot to it. Good job he was alive and alert there.
Ball's thrown. Saka clears. Uncomfortable for Anderson. Here's Foden. Kane. Looking for Saka. Going to keep it for a while on his own. Saka is slaloming. Well, it's positive.
Yeah, I don't think he had many other options, to be honest. If he held on for another second, he would have found Kyle Walker coming up on his right-hand side to do the overlap. He didn't see him and he chose for the shot. There's a Foden strike again. Sure, Schmeichel's getting there. Go back to my own experience, you know, when you get into your 30s and there's a discussion about Harry Kane and can he press and maybe lost a half a yard. What happened in my situation, in my career, is I was lucky enough to have someone come up alongside me, blistering pace, at club level, and Craig Bellamy. There's no harm in having another one alongside him to do that running.
Here's Gallagher. Well, certainly right. Foden. Trippier. Root for Walker. Foden's bypass technique finding Saka. Saka being held on to, gets free. Saka to pull it back. Couldn't get it past Anders. Andreas Christensen. England are on the front foot. Stones. Walker. Foul, free kick Denmark.
Sloppy again. No need for it, is there? Gives the ball away and it's desperation to try and win it back. I think he needs that touch there. If that goes in first time into Rice onto his right hand side, then they're out. It has been slow for England too many times. Too many times you take 2 and 3 touches to move the ball. It's a lot easier when you're closing down when players are doing that.
Saka being Ericsson in swinger. That was the idea. Mr. Schmeichel. Peter was such a famous and integral part of the Danish Dynamite team of 1992 that became European champions. Now Gallagher was a bit late there, over-eager, and he's got a yellow card. It's England's first caution of the competition.
Too slow in receiving the ball. He didn't realise someone was coming to put him under pressure. I mean, part of the problem also as well, I can't remember Declan Rice or Trent Alexander-Arnold, certainly in the first half, making that midfield burst to get past the 3 or the 4 up front. Declan can do that. You've seen him do where Arsenal, he doesn't have to sit all the time. The England defenders are good enough to be left one-on-one. They can push him on.
And the frustration of your voice.
Keep me in check.
Vestager.
seen John Stones do what he does. I've never seen him get in the middle of the midfield. Not once, I can't remember him getting in there. That would then push a midfielder on. So at the minute, if you look at the screen, they've got one up top, look.
Yeah, it's playing their own game.
One.
Looked made to be a little quicker than he wanted to be, and it's straight out for a Denmark throw.
Got to get further up the park. The defence have got to push the midfield on and trust themselves to go 1v1. Then they will have options.
Stokes. Tricky. Saka. Victor's leaving his area. He's trying to advance. Clapping his gloves together. Kane. Walker. Bellingham. Stumbled to the floor, no free kick, no foul. Kane steps in front of Højlund, Bellingham still on his knees. Almost through to Saka. Gilman. Tackle from Mark Gahey. Here's Saka now. And there are three hoping and waiting in the middle. Saka's trying to pick out Cohen. It's too high. It's an easy Denmark goal kick.
I'm just looking at Harry Kane and again a lot of the discussion. Bobby Robson once said to me, "You're coming towards the ball far too often. Defenders hate turning and running towards their own goal. You have to do it now and again. It's okay coming short, but you also have to have the option of going in behind." And everything tonight from Harry is gone towards his own players.
Gareth Southgate is about to play three cards at once. And the cards I can see are 19, 20, 21. Sequential numbers, which means we're going to see Ollie Watkins, Jared Bowen, and Emre Echiesa.
Well, they will turn the defenders, but they haven't been at all this match yet. It's been far too easy for the defenders. Red shirts.
Only one way to go. It's next to the penalty. Rice. Oh. Behind for a corner. Rice gestures to the pitch. Pickford expresses sympathy. That is a great big summation of England's evening so far.
It's almost a repeat of the other day.
The Denmark change is in the offing too. The experienced Yusuf Poulsen's coming on, taking over from Rasmus Højlund. In his usual energetic display without having a chance worthy of the name. Come to Poulsen. Time of Leipzig in the Bundesliga, or well, he's gone all the way from the third tier to the Bundesliga with them. This is one of his favourite grounds. He's scored in 3 games here for Leipzig. It's a rugby defence. Gone into that pack. That's a speculative try, Pickford. Lovely for England, had seen it coming all the way from Damsgaard.
Just frightening from Damsgaard. Decent save from Pickford though. Sooner Gareth can get the subs on, the better. Get some energy into this England team and players who want to run it behind.
The Trippier immediately confronted by Barr. The ball swiftly and efficiently, in comes Gallagher. Gallagher's on a booking and he's left his mark there on Højbjerg. I think he took the ball. Not always the only factor. Christensen. England throw it now. Gareth Southgate can play. The changes that he's been waiting to play for about 5 minutes now. Looks like only two. Jarrod Bowen being held back. We have another look at Damsgaard effort, which was dipping in. Yeah.
Right, another Pickford.
Is it the three? Jarrod Bowen there does so. Leave his place on the bench and joins the other two waiting. Phil Foden is off. Another largely frustrating experience for him in Germany. Jarrod Bowen first to take the field. Harry Kane is being substituted. Ollie Watkins to come on.
Fucking stupid, mate.
Seriously. Fucking stupid. On the other side.
Yeah, we're getting fucking stupid. We're getting less about things. Exactly, look at this. Just keep the fucking madness.
What they're certainly looking for is to get energy and pace. It's far too easy, as I said. That's exactly what Gareth would have said to those three coming on.
What the fuck do you call this? I call it fucking stupidity. For someone to do away with these fucking things are better than everything fucking else. Yeah, I get fucking stupid. Fucking worse.
I'm pleased that is what he's given them just over 20 minutes to try and do something in this game.
Okay. They're going to want that as well, but you've got it, haven't you? Let's do away with the bastards. Let's get rid of them. Destroy all of them. Get fucking rid. Let's get rid of the fuckers.
Well, he actually went. He went really early and had to stop because the ball didn't come. Walker.
Bowen takes over. Leads England to throw it. Walker takes it quickly to Gallagher.
What is going on here? God, give me fucking strength.
Rice.
Okay,
There you go. That's the first chance for Watkins, and Kasper Schmeichel had seen it coming.
Exactly that. Defenders are playing a different game now. They never had to do that at all. 70 minutes of luxury, no one doing that. Times it brilliantly. And what you'll find is all of a sudden those defenders will get further and further back, which then might just create space 10 yards in front of them for a Bellingham.
Famous Schmeichel's star block. Brings England their first corner of the game.
we're better than this
Again,
place, it would
72nd minute.
fucking sick of it. Look at this fucking madness.
Did away as far as Trippier.
First time anyone's running behind.
Fucking ass.
Eze was waiting for
He's
him.
fucking worse.
And he's been undone, and Eriksen is played through. Gallagher will cover him. Eriksen again. Paulson. Owen loses his footing on the difficult top.
Oh, you fucking joking me. Fucking assholes. What a fucking carry on this is. Fucking assholes. The bottom of what is it to do what to be.
Loads of room for the shot. Pickford goes down to save it. Højbjerg testing him. Fergus didn't win the race there, did he? Yeah, yellow card is out. Free kick for England. The booking for Mela.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Taking no chances, Pickford.
No, fucking.
Rightly so. Roman's taken it, Clark slipped over and then got caught in the tackle as well, didn't he? Welcome to the game.
How the fucking hell do you put this right? Huh? How?
Absolutely belted that. Last time John, Mike Bowen. Gilman. Watkins is doing exactly what he was brought on to do. Just getting in there to get a touch onto a Dave and behind for a corner.
And you can see what it's done to the England fans as well. It's given them hope. Backing the team a lot more now instead of watching the ball roll from side to side in a red shirt. You've got someone who's putting them under pressure.
I think we need to get rid of himself. Yeah, we don't. We need to get rid of him.
To do a little bit of defending for once then,
I'm fucking sick of it. Really, I'm
far
sick
too
of it.
easy for too long.
Any fucking news of it.
Seriously wearing his whistle and looks in the direction of Carl Walker, but there's no further punishment. Didn't give the ball back to Denmark promptly.
What a fucking Jesus.
First one. Gregson. Great touch. Good closing by Trippier. Just had to give it the chase. Trump's been beaten.
Where's the fucking Jesus?
15 of the 90 to go. So it was added on at the end.
What was the fucking
Too many
the fucking businesses. Never want one like that again. Never want any more, to be honest. Fucking sick of it. Fucking I'm sick and tired of it. Damn, see where fucking... Stop it like this. Can't see where it fucking is. For fuck's sake. I know. Fucking football.
So you do it, you've got to do it all together. You can't do it in 2s and 3s. You get picked off, particularly at this level.
Not good enough. Simple as that.
Watkins. Doesn't quite get the 45. Unlucky. It was a good run. Just too much weight on the pass.
It's a fucking kill. I don't know. There's something else, but fucking
Do they use it? What do they do with it?
Things not getting any fucking better. Just
change the entire front three. I think that's certainly the right step. Whether it works or not, or whether he's given them enough time.
I really don't know what it is.
Is it? Didn't see Odia coming. Free kick. Everett said it's a very good thing. I think it's going to be looking for as well as this and that, yeah. Rather than
difficulty.
here to alert him when they actually wanted to give it.
Body scratch off.
Walker.
Yeah, fucked up big time.
Davey. Comes Dawson to take the ball. They might keep the ball.
Yeah, I think I think we fucked up big time here. Yeah, fucked up. Yeah, fucked it up. Fucked it up big time. That's what happens when things are pissing you off. For fuck's sake. Where's that from? Where's it from now? That's not clever, is it? No, is that it? What the fuck? Where are you going? Is that it? Yeah, I fucked it up big time. It's pissing me off. Can't get it out. I fucked it up big time. Fucking assholes. Fucked it up big time.
26-goal season for
Let's hope. It's not worth it, this is what I'm saying. Well, where has it gone? Where's that bit, other bit gone? Where the fuck have that gone? For fuck's sake. Where is it? Where's it gone? Exactly.
Again, he's been rocked. Gala wins the ball. And he's got 2 to aim for. Mark Gahey with a critical recovery.
But he had to do something because it was his error. Again, England being caught on the ball, wanting too much time on it. Denmark pressing them, giving them no time. But to be fair to him, looking off rescue well, gets back well. Has to get that tackle in.
It's not the music.
Just needed to lift his head that moment sooner.
Where is it? What I can't find.
Denmark will keep on attacking with the corner. Skolson's going to take it.
Where is it?
And it's over the bar, and it was an opportunity. It just arrived ever so slightly at the wrong time. The ball was up the arm.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Maybe Christensen was a little bit whipped in there. No contact in the near post. He loses game. Very fortunate England there. Switch off again. Really has been a poor performance.
England was waiting for it, and Denmark are in again. Gallagher's tackle. And another shot. Højbjerg has had shot after shot tonight.
Well, Gareth's telling the thing. They've got to wake up. They've got to get some energy. Too many sloppy passes. They're fortunate to get away with it. Pickford's waiting and perhaps waiting for it to hit his back of the neck because he's beaten.
We're on this near side. The angle wasn't favourable. Oh, I wasn't sure when he hit it.
Well, it's tight. See, they're frustrated, and rightly so. Been an awful performance so far, particularly after going up in the game.
Getting Vestergaard on an early booking. It's all part of it. Denmark have come back. Denmark have played the more positive football throughout.
No, that is what we got. We got 5 minutes left, plus injury time. I'm not sure there's one England player that can look and say, yeah, I've been at it tonight. They haven't. Caught on the ball, too many sloppy passes. Certainly not enough energy.
Well, England might yet win this match. They've got much time left to do it in. Bellingham is beaten by Anderson in the air. Look at the way Germany do it. 2 wins out of 2, through, done. England at the last 2 tournaments win the first game and draw the second. The way the last few minutes have panned out, a draw. That's something they'll be thankful for. Scotland 3 years ago at Wembley. It was the USA a year and a half ago in Qatar.
I said just as the game kicked off about game number 2, you've got to get serious. England haven't. Nowhere near good enough. Too slow, passive.
There goes Gallagher.
But still a few minutes left to go and win the game. Watkins has done well in 10 or so minutes he's been on, and 2 or 3 runs in behind. Might just get one that makes a difference.
Not going to lose his position. Paulson keeps it.
Look at the position now. They've got one up front, Denmark. There's Rice pushing forward. I'd like to see more of that. And Gallagher.
Højbjerg. Vestergaard. considerable pressure. In fact, a free kick given against Paulson.
That was better. That was the players 10 yards further forward and getting the dress right.
Stones is going to leave it to Jordan Pickford. He's going to advance forward. Pass as well as any. He goes to Walker, short. Leaves it to Carl Walker to look for John Stones. Pickford could have done that the first time, probably better.
He gave the ball to Walker to try and run forward. That's been typical of everything England have done tonight. Very frustrated, Cole Palmer there sat, and I bet he's thinking to himself, why can't he get on and try and affect the game?
Just got a glimpse of Anthony Gordon next to him as well. He has similar thoughts.
Just sat back, looking for an improvement from the first game. It's been worse.
Yesterday. We knew we had good players and could play better than in the first game.
Well, he's got to get the best out of them. And certainly in the first 2 games he hasn't.
Is it? I don't know tonight whether to buy you a drink, give you a hug, or get you some blood pressure tablets.
Well, miracles do happen. You can buy me a drink if you want.
One now.
The balance hasn't been right at all. Say what we want in the midfield, Trent and Declan Rice to begin with, that didn't work. Conor Gallagher, I know, has been brought on to add a little bit more energy. But they've sat deep and had to soak up pressure.
Now, Ez's collar was being felt and pulled there. Free kick for England. As we tick around into time added on, and there will be 3 minutes added. That's all, it's not a lot. England are caught on the ball again, and the referee is ruling in their favour again. So he was slow.
It's even Bellingham getting caught on the ball. It's like, come on, guys. No, it's the last minute or 2 of the game. Well, how many times have England players been caught dallying on the ball?
More questions will be asked. What are the reasons? Is it purely the manager? Is it tactical? Where's the energy? Here's Stones. 3 minutes we're into. Nurga. Yeah, he eased off it by Paulson. Both players fell. Paulson more so. Denmark fans livid that that's an England decision.
At least the referee's being consistent.
Opportunity before the end for England to at least force Kasper Schmeichel into making a save. There's the vintage Schmeichel top from '92 in the stands. Pickford. Too wide for Stones. Looked away when Trippier will retrieve it. Had the time to turn. Looked at Pickford instead. Hear what England fans think about that.
Yeah. Backward passing.
Gallagher. Won the first one, not the second. Nurga. Anderson. Trippier. Another just little lead into it. Skålsson this time. England free kick again. Declan Rice is calling for calm. It's not what the England fans want.
Well, they'll get serious questions asked, Gareth, and he'll understand that, because when you look at the players out there, when you look at Foden, there's nowhere near. We're seeing what Foden has done all season. What Bellingham did first game. He hasn't done it at all tonight. What John Stones does for Man City when he comes into the midfield with the ball and looks so at ease.
To go as far as he can. Watkins challenges and Bellingham helps it up towards Eze. Eze trying to chink through. Bowen trying to race onto it. Last seconds. Stones.
There's a lot more to get out with these players.
It's got to go into the box now. But it's not doing. And it is full time in Frankfurt. Well, it happened at the last World Cup. It happened at the last Euros, and so it is again. England follow an opening win with a second game draw, which means they're not over the qualification line yet. And in truth, they didn't deserve anything more than they've got out of the game.
Not at all. You can see players lying on the back. I mean, they look absolutely shattered, the England players. There's no excuse for that. There was no energy, no pace to the game. We didn't run in behind until the last 10 or 15 minutes. We got caught too many times on the ball, too many sloppy passes. And in truth, Denmark were the better team and deserved to win. But you get a point, lots of improvements to be made.
So it's on to Slovenia.
What was it, did we
in
win?
Cologne on Tuesday. England still in pole.
That's what we are.
Goodness me, that was a hard watch at times.
Yeah,
Denmark won, England won.
I can hear a siren going by, and I think that might be for England. I'm not quite sure. Come to rescue us. Well, yes, we've been in these positions many times over the years. Rio, it was disappointing. Is putting it mildly. It was a lifeless, tepid performance at best.
Yeah, lacklustre, lacked any sort of direction in my eyes. Tactically, well below par. We were overshadowed tactically, I thought, by a Denmark team. You have to give them that respect. They were well drilled, tactically superior, pressed us better, pressed us together. Forced England to look very average. And I just think the one thing, we mentioned it before again, we highlighted it about sitting back. Our best players, our most decisive players, our best players at the top of the pitch, and we choose to set up to defend. We've got too good of players to sit back and set ourselves up tactically to sit back and wait and hope to get through a game. We need to get to the bottom if they're being told to do this or the players actually just are being forced to do this by the opposition. Because at the moment it doesn't look good for them as individuals, but also more importantly as a team.
I just think we've got to give credit to Denmark today. Obviously it was underwhelming against Serbia, but in terms of tactically, they got it absolutely spot on. They knew when to drop off, when to press, when to overlap, when to stay on the ball, when to pass forward properly. And England, again, still need to find the balance in the team. If you look at England overall, the balance is still not there, and I think that was the difference between the two teams. They need to sort it out sooner rather than later, because as you go further in this tournament, it's going to get a lot harder than it was today.
Thomas, I must congratulate your team's performance. I thought you were excellent. Probably overall, not much in the game, but I think tactically far superior at times.
Yeah, maybe definitely a very good performance. I'm very pleased for Kasper, my good friend, for Danish players, backroom staff, for Danish fans, everyone of course. It was a very good performance. I talked about it before that the players need to hit 8, 9 out of 10 performance, all of them, and I think they did. I think they came with great energy. Also the pressure was more or less spot on when they went from middle to high, or just high pressure, and then they were very composed on the ball. They didn't stress, so very promising performance for Denmark.
Yep, and I think their fans appreciated it, that's for sure.
They will have a great party tonight, I thought.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, their players are standing in front of their fans applauding them, and I think their fans will be applauding their players. As for England, it was so lacklustre, so lethargic, really.
Yeah, but again, there's so much room for improvement. It just concerns me when I see the standard of players that we have out there. I thought that guy in the picture there, Mark Gay, was tremendous. He was outstanding. Everything he done. Even when he did make a mistake, he made up for it. But I just look at the players. Alan said in commentary there, the players don't look the same players we see for their clubs. It happened in my generation, so I understand exactly what it is. And John Stones is there. He's an absolutely perfect centre-back coming out of the ball. Looks far from it. Moves into midfield, has a freedom to go and do it. The team structure. But I don't think the team balance is allowing the players to perform at their best. Foden's not playing in his best position, isn't performing at his best. Jude Bellingham, maybe he'd be better off in an 8. All the good things we're going to see shortly that he done was from an 8 position. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I don't know. The balance of the team is a concern.
I've been saying that for some time with this England team, and then you put Foden in his obvious position 10. He was one of the few players that was a constant threat.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we started on the left, and we was expecting him to sort of hold his width earlier on in the game. But he came right in the centre, went in that number 10 role, playing all the key passes that we expected to. I agree with Rio. I think we need to relook at that midfield. I think Bellingham needs to play alongside Rice and Foden in the 10, and then we can start opening up teams. But at the moment, it's looking a little bit bleak going forward.
Let's get a view from one of the players. Kyle Walker is with Kelly Summers.
Kyle, it all started so well, but unlike Sunday, you didn't get the result. Can you explain that England performance?
I think it's tournament football. Listen, this is a good Denmark team, and we're top of the group. So let's try and take a positive from this game. And we're not lost. We've conceded, a great strike from outside the box. And sometimes you have to go goals. But the first goal, listen, we've done well and set up really well as we did the other day. But we managed not to see the game out. But we're top of the group, so let's move on to the next game.
You were getting forward as a team, and both yourself as well, so much early on. Why did that change?
I think it's just the game. It's the game. You're obviously you're sensing the game, you're sensing their feeling. They probably have the upper hand in certain parts of the game, so you go for that. As defenders, you try and think of what if, rather than me charging forward, they go and score, and then all of a sudden they're blaming us as a defence that we're not in position. So, listen, we've got enough up front to go and score goals, and we've got enough, as a team to go and defend. So, listen, let's take it as a point, a well-deserved point, and we'll move on to the next game.
Is the manager telling you to drop back deeper once you do score?
No. Listen, the manager's expressed that he wants us to play free attacking football. Sometimes in tournament football you have to manage the game. It is what it is, that's why it's so hard to win tournaments. Just as like the Champions League, it's not a walkthrough. You don't turn up and just take 3 points. It's tough when you come to these grounds, hostile environments. But we know we can do better. But we're top of the group, so let's move on to that.
As an experienced head, you're the vice-captain. What are you going to be saying to those players in the dressing room now?
Oh, they'll know. They'll know as individuals, as a team collectively, they'll know. We've got another gear, but we haven't lost the game. So, obviously everyone wants us to come and steamroll teams 3-4-0. It's not football. It's not football these days. And we've got a point. We'll move on, as I keep saying. We're top of the group, and we just keep going like that.
Thanks for your time, Carl.
Cheers.
Well, England extend their run of group stage games unbeaten to 12. They remain top, but their qualification last 16 is yet to be confirmed. All 4 teams can still qualify for the group, so Gareth Southgate's men will need a result against Slovenia next Tuesday to make sure of their to a 4th consecutive knockout round. Albeit no team has ever failed to get through as a 3rd place team with 4 points. So in reality, England are pretty much through. We're going to go back to the stage to have a word with Alan Shearer. I think it's fair to say, Alan, that was quite frustrating.
Yeah, it was very poor. It wasn't good enough. And listening to Kyle Walker's interview, we've all been there as players. And yes, you do try and take the positive. And yes, it is tournament football. But it's our job and the coach's job to dissect what's gone wrong. And there's plenty to look at there. I mean, where do you start? No energy, no guile. I wouldn't say lack of effort. Not trying, but there's so much more to come from those players out there. And look at Jude tonight. I mean, he couldn't put one in front of the other. He couldn't get forward. I look at Phil Foden on the left. Is he affecting the game? No chance. And I look at Saka. And Harry Kane. I know he got his goal, and I mentioned it in commentary about running in behind. At least when Watkins came on, the defenders were running in behind. So yeah, it was really poor, and it is concerning, absolutely.
Why do you think it is that this team that pretty much all the players in it spectacularly successful in the Premier League? They all play. They used to play in a high press, very much in the opposition's half. But when they play for England in these 2 games, they're very much sat back. There's barely a press from the top right through. There's big gaps between the front and the back, or they either that or they play in a really low block. Why do you think that is? Is that coming from the coach?
Well, let's use John Stones as an example. How many times do you see him get the ball and run into midfield, or get the ball with his back and turn in the Man City team. So many times. He's brilliant at it. How many times have you seen him do it in the last 2 England games? I can't remember any. How many times do you see Declan Rice getting that ball and bursting forward? How many times have you seen him do it in England shirt in the last 2 games? None. How many times do you see Phil Foden get on the ball in the middle of the park, turn? Maybe once tonight when he had the shot and he hit the post. So, Gareth at the minute is not getting the best out of England's best players.
What about up front, Alan? Harry Kane, we know he's a spectacular finisher. He has been for a hell of a long time. Scored again in this game. His overall contribution, there was very little movement from him. He was pretty static. I don't know whether he was tired or one touch in the box, I think, in the game. What does he do about that? Because obviously when Watkins came on, you had a threat behind. It stretches them a little bit more. You could probably press. What's your position on it?
Well, I sort of mentioned it in commentary, Gary, about when I got into my 30s and I'd lost a yard or a half a yard of pace. I needed legs around me. I needed pace around me. I could still hold the ball up. I could still head it. I still had a good touch. I could still score goals. But the one thing I constantly couldn't do was running behind. So he needs players in and around him to do that. I would do that. That's why I would have Gordon in the team. Because he has the energy. He has the ability to run him behind. He has the ability to get up near him. Whereas when Foden's doing that, Foden wants to beat Titan, playing the 10 role, very much like Harry Kane does. He's a brilliant goal scorer. He'll always score goals. But what he does lack is he lacks that yard and he lacks that energy. Someone else can do it. Someone else can do it alongside him.
Can I remind you, Alan, that when it happened to you, you retired from international football?
Well, that's one of the reasons why I retired from international football, Gary. Because I couldn't do it both for England and for Newcastle with the energy and with my lack of pace. Harry's into his 30s now. He's never really been the quickest. He can still make really good runs. But he does need pace in and around him, and that's why I would have played Gordon.
Yeah. OK, thanks very much. Safe travels. Makes some interesting points there, Mike. It brings us on to Harry Kane. Let's start with his goal, Rio. It was a classic striker's goal. He was there, the ball broke to him, and he doesn't miss chances.
And that's where the debate will always be, because there's so many things you can look at with Harry Kane and go, oh, he could be better at this, he could be better at that. But there ain't many in the game that are better at doing this, which is finding the space in the box, freeing himself up and being able to dispatch a goal like that. And that is the hardest thing in the game to do. So he's doing the hardest thing in the game. He does it with a clock. But we're looking at what he can do and going, okay, does that mean we have to change the way we play? Do we have to change maybe Harry Kane or not?
This is what idiots do.
I asked you to...
because they can't get through.
What do you think?
Okay.
In terms of the manager's perspective, do you take out them goals or do you do it?
I think I'm just sitting here and listening, and I think Kane is a fantastic player. I think we all do that. He's a fantastic goal scorer. So how does we get the team to work in the right way? And I'm sure Gareth, he know after these 2 games it was not perfect. It was far from perfect. He knows that, and he's searching, no doubt, what is the best lineup. And it's so easy for all of us, and myself including, to be clever up here, come with good suggestions when we don't have, the hand on the desk, okay, on the burning desk. It's sort of our job to do. Yeah, and I agree. But even us, we are not sure what is the strongest lineup.
I am.
Yeah.
I know.
But you can't be sure. So I think Kane is very important for that England team. I think actually Gareth was brave today to take him off.
Yeah.
And he changed 3 players during. So I think he was proactive. Try to change the game.
I think he just needs to adapt. When we talk about players and how they want to play, he's used to playing in that number 10 role. Obviously, we showed the goal with Rio, and you just look at his movement, always knows where to be. That side of him is perfect. But I just want to show you a few clips of his overall game and where I believe England can improve. So this is Harry Kane here. This is what he's used to doing, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like Alan said, if you've got runners. But what that's doing, if you look at Denmark's back 3 there, they've got an easy day. You need to stretch them. This is too easy. He needs to trust the players around him, Foden and Bellingham and Saka, to be able to get in the ball in the half spaces and play the ball to him. Here again, we see him, and it can be a positive as well because he wants to do the defensive work for the team. He's doing a shit for the team. But now, England can't get out. If they want to go on the counter-attack and explode, it's too deep to do that. And it happened in the first game against Serbia, it happened Today against Denmark, again in them areas, he gives the ball away, and you know it costs the team a goal. So this is not us saying Harry Kane shouldn't be playing. He's just got to find a way to play well within this team and trust his teammates around him to do the jobs in them pockets of space. Do you know? Go on. But if you look at his touches, this is what I mean. We don't need him to do that stuff. He's got one touch in the box. And of course, it was a key touch because he scores the goal. And we can always do that, but trust the players around you to get the ball to him.
I agree 100% with Mike is saying there. But what I would say is that for all of the shouts and one of them saying, got to stretch the team, get him in behind, he's actually one of the best target men about, by the way. If you can get the ball into his feet, we don't trust him enough or take risks. It's a risky ball to play from back to front, a pass into his feet. He can hold off one or two players, draw a foul, get us up the pitch again in a different way, but we don't even play the ball into him. That's my frustration too.
So what do you think on this guy? You've played in these positions, you was great at spinning the channels. Well, what's your thoughts on this?
In all honesty, I think Harry Kane needs to do a lot better. I think his movement was minimal. He didn't look to go behind, and he doesn't often, but even when he comes short, he's just drifting short very kind of lethargically. He's plodding short, and that's not going to help. So when you're a striker, your two jobs are obviously score goals, which he's brilliant at. He has been all his career, and he's wonderful at that sort of thing. But I think he needs his manager to say, right, I need a little bit more from you, Harry. I would have expected that if I'd have had that kind of performance. Because when you, as a striker, let me tell you, he's up against three at the back. So he has got to stretch that team. Even when he comes short, you've got to go that way first to keep them up there, and then you come short. So when you get the ball coming short, you don't have to go 20 yards to get it short, like he ambles in, and they just let him go, so you don't get it. So he's not creating the space for himself for a start, and vice versa, and he's never really been a player that spins that much behind. But it's the same thing. If someone's in midfield, and got the ball, and you want it behind, you go that way first, and then you go behind. And then you stretch the team. If you've got someone going behind, you can stretch the team, and that creates more space for the midfield players behind you. But in his defence, even when that happened on occasions, there wasn't enough of the midfield pushing up from behind. So it's a whole team thing. But he has to.
I totally agree, but there is no variation in the way he's playing. So to give the defender something to think about, if he's always coming short and just kind of being laboured in that respect, me as a defender, I'm not having any worries about him going that way. So I can just contest the pitch the whole time.
But isn't it that what he's done the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes.
Than just as runners.
I think the key is the runners.
Yes. So when runners run, I think he's doing what he's done and done very well.
That's why the runners in the team.
Exactly. Nah, maybe yeah. Or other runners, or Foden is going, or Jude is going behind, and he got one touch in the box. Of course, that's good. Ended in the back of the net, but he didn't get enough service, maybe, or maybe didn't put enough crosses. I think that's another thing.
I think he gets frustrated, and I think sometimes when he does that, he ambles back, and he wants to play his part defensive in the team. But if you're playing fairly deep anyway, and your striker comes deep, as we saw on some of those clips that Mike has shown, it exacerbates the issue, because you're too far. Then you've got no target to hit at all. But he's got to stay high under the way England are playing, and then it gives them a chance to get out and get people around him.
He did come short once, and Saka stayed high, and he played Saka, and Saka was 1v1. He done it in the Euros final when we scored the goal with Luke Shaw. He comes in, but you have to have players that are high or running beyond, otherwise it becomes just clogged up in the middle areas and there's zero effect.
Okay, let's hear from Harry Kane. Here he is with Kelly.
Harry, a goal for you, the first of the Euros, but a frustrating night for England overall. Do you share those frustrations?
Yeah, I think so. I think, like we said before the tournament, there's no easy game in major tournament football, and I think that's showing. For sure, we've got levels that we can breach, and we can be better in both with the ball and without the ball. There's no question. But it's a sign of a good team when you're not playing at your best and you still find a way to get results, like we have done in the last 2 games. So we're top of the group. We're all but qualified, which is what I said in the press conference before. That's the objective, and we know we can improve. So yeah, I know there'll probably be loads of noise, and A bit of disappointment back home about what we experienced in the last year as well when we flew to Scotland. So it's just a time to stay calm, a time to reflect and try and improve for sure. But step by step, we'll get there.
You say no easy games, but are England making it a bit harder than it needs to be at the moment?
I think we're struggling, like I said, both with and without the ball. We'll have to go away and look at it back, but I think the pressure in both games just hasn't been quite right, and also with the ball, we haven't been good enough. That's the bottom line from top to bottom, from me all the way to Pips. Everyone's just dropping below their level a little bit in terms of retaining the ball, playing under pressure. I mean, it was tough out there with the heat, with the pitch. It wasn't easy, but yeah, we're calm. It wasn't our greatest game, but we got away with a draw, which is a good sign, and now we can hopefully build.
Is it on you or the manager that you are dropping deeper when you do score?
No, I think it's something that we've got to try and get better at. I don't think it's just when we score. I think we are starting games well, but then I just think in general, maybe when the teams are dropping a few players deeper, we're not quite sure how to get the pressure on and who's the one supposed to be going. So in the second half, we tried to change it a little bit with me and Jude playing in front of their two midfielders and then trying to get up, but it was difficult. It was a difficult game. Credit to Denmark. They're a really good side. They obviously got to the semi-final in the last Euros, so they caused us some threats. But yeah, overall, we just got to look back and see where we can improve.
Thanks, Harry.
Yes, thank you.
Well, remarkably honest, and obviously asked whether it was a tactical thing. I mean, he pretty much said it was, really, without saying it, obviously.
Yeah, and it's, I love when players are honest, when they come here and they don't just fumble you through an interview and just try to back you off. That was really refreshing to see from Harry Kane as a captain, but it does, again, concerns me that they're trying to get to grips with certain tactics and it's not coming out in the game. We didn't know how to do it. I mean, that would be a worry for me, and I just think, please just get them out on a training ground again and start doing some repetition and some drills. But
they just have to work together as a unit, don't they?
And that was the difference between the two teams today.
Defence and attack, the gap's too big. In midfield, you've got Trent Alexander-Arnold, who's a wonderful player, playing in midfield, finding it very difficult. And it's just like part of the team are doing one thing and part of the team are doing the other. They just need to work together as a collective.
As a manager, Thomas, what would you do now? If you looking at that England team, what would you do in terms of trying to get them to be a team that plays as a unit?
Take them out for a beer.
Not a bad idea. I think there's a couple of things that in general they have done good over time. You just said that it was the 12 games unbeaten in the group stages. Yeah. That's fantastic. Okay, so and in the last 3 tournaments we talked about they've been growing into the tournament. Walker said they're calm. Kane saying they're calm. We know we need to progress, but they're also saying it was not their top moment. So there's no doubt there's things they were looking at. There's things Gareth will look at and see if they can maybe get a little bit higher, if that's what he wants.
Okay.
Because.
Well, I suspect it is because he put Watkins on, and he brought off Harry Kane, which is a bold decision. And when he did, Watkins came on, and all of a sudden, like I was talking about before, he was looking to get behind.
He
stretches the team.
But look at his running there, and look what it does to the Denmark defence. They automatically drop off, and that's what we was talking about. And this is what he can inject into this team. He can run in behind, times his run brilliantly, and then makes a good save with the goalkeeper. But you mentioned as well, Gary, what can he do off the ball? Can he press? And that's exactly what he can do, which then gets a team higher up the pitch and just makes them a little bit more dynamic. Harry Kane's got a big role to play for England, but in terms of the way England want to play and they want to be aggressive, Watkins as well has a big role to play too.
Can you play high, press high as a unit with Harry now?
I said before,
can you get to buy into it? If you push up from the back and give them that
think
support from behind.
I think you can do the first press 100%. The team's got to push really high. They do the first press together, like at Manchester City, different players of course, but they win the ball within 2 or 3 seconds. As it is now, if England drop off, I don't think you can press it like that.
I don't think it's down to just Harry Kane though. This isn't just a Harry Kane problem.
No,
I think
it's not. That's a tactical issue.
Yeah, Harry Kane can go, but my big issue today was that the midfielders didn't follow him behind. The only time they followed him behind, we nick the ball and get a shot on the edge of their box. Yeah. So the team as a unit have to press together. The problem is you looked at one team today, looked like they were a well-drilled outfit who knew all their roles, man for man. where against an England team, it looked like they were looking on their shoulders for advice and guidance as when to go. That can't be the case at this level.
Denmark were a lesson, weren't they, in how to gauge when to press, when to sit, and the structure, the balance. They all seem to know their jobs, and they were compact, and that's really important in international football, any football.
Yeah, definitely. I think they played a good game overall, as we talked about, but defensively they knew when they wanted to press on a goal kick very, very high, who was jumping to press the keeper or the centre back. They knew that middle press, okay, can they still go again? And then the low block, they were nice and compact. Plus, in the counter press, they're very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive.
They might not have the talent in England, but they had the wherewithal and the cohesiveness, didn't they?
Yeah, no doubt about that. I also think sometimes you face a team or a coach where it's not working the same way.
And Thomas, what a goal!
Fantastic goal! Fantastic goal! I must say that it's a screamer in any way, and he's getting it here. Well connected with the ball.
Yeah. Thomas,
fantastic finish.
How do you say screamer in Danish? Have you got a word?
No. I don't have it. No.
You stopped me.
You stopped me. Yeah, but we have said it. Fantastic goal.
Scorcher? Got one for that?
Yeah. I need to make a comeback.
You've been too long in England.
Yeah, exactly. So, no.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, I thought Christian Eriksen was excellent.
Yeah.
Let's hear from him.
Christian, well played out there, a point, but did you feel like you deserved a bit more tonight?
Yeah, I think we felt like as a team to win today. It was supposed to be us, but obviously we didn't get the win. But for us, it was a better game than the last one.
You talk about the last game. If you looked at England's last game, which I'm sure you did, was that the game plan and the way they approached the game that you expected tonight?
Yeah, no, I don't think England surprised us in any way of how they wanted to play. Of course, we know they have exceptional players, but I think today we hurt them on the chances we had and the possibilities we had in the game. I just think we should have won instead of getting.
How much belief did you still have, despite going a goal behind from someone you know very well?
Yeah, no, he's always around in the box and he gets all the ugly goals as opponents, but he's there, and obviously had to come back with a perfect strike from Morten and kept us in the game and gave us afterwards a bit of belief, and yeah, I think it was just unfortunate we didn't take the belief to more goals.
Yeah, did you expect once England scored, did you know that they were going to drop deeper and give you opportunity?
No, I don't think they dropped deep. I think it was the game as before. I think even before the goal it was very even. I think they lost a few times the ball in possession, and we tried to hurt them on the counter and in possession, and they did the same against us. So I think the game was even when they scored and we scored.
You mentioned ugly goals. That was an ugly goal that your team scored.
No, that was a beautiful goal. I think Harry, of course, is always in the box, and I think Hjulmand had a lovely strike, and yeah, it was perfect timing.
And how are you feeling now about qualification?
No, we still have a game to go. We need a win against Serbia. There's nothing else for us. So yeah, it was a good game for us. It was good progress from the last game. But obviously we have to take the belief into next game, and we need 3 points.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Can I just ask you, Thomas, about Eriksen? Obviously,
of course you can.
Yeah, in the last Euros, he had the heart attack. To see him come back and be such professional and so good within the game, still having an impact. How good is this player being?
I think it's been fantastic. I think I've been privileged to see it firsthand because he came back to play for Brentford. That was special. That was very special to see him as the first team session. He was actually terrible at the team session. Normally he has a top touch, but he was bouncing all the way there. But then he just grew into it and come back to one of the top clubs in the world. Man United had a very good first season, I think, there. And now he got a little bit criticized of the Danish press because he hasn't played that much the last half season or the whole season, and the way he came into this tournament has been fantastic. Very pleased to see.
They were critical of the fact he's actually playing football in itself as well.
Great.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, it changed quick.
These pundits are awful.
Only some, not these here. Everyone else.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jude Bellingham didn't have his best night. I think it's safe to say. He started as a 10 for most of the game, but I mean, we've said perhaps he might be more effective as an 8, as a field player.
Exactly that. Put him alongside Rice, and you see what you get. We're talking about can he make runs from out to in. This is where I think he's at his most effective. Okay, they didn't get him on that one. When he's scored a lot of his goals for Madrid this season, has been that late run into the box. We talk about tackling. There's many moments when I was watching Real Madrid this season, and they was under pressure. He could play in that number 6 perfectly well. He likes to get stuck in. He's got an all-round game, as we utilised in the first game against Serbia. I would put him a little bit deeper, put Foden in that number 10, and then I think the balance of the midfield is a lot better here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Declan in the 6th, Jude running like this from deep, and Foden just loose in the 10 position. I think you get the best out of these guys. I think at the moment it says they don't know when to push, to squeeze together. They don't know who's meant to go in, the distances between each other. And once you've got question marks tactically, or you're having to think before you make a move, when you look over that split second, the whole picture in front of you will change again. Yeah. And playing at this level, when pictures change, when you turn your head, then all of a sudden, where is everyone? You're confused. And that's how England are playing at the moment.
But it can change quite quickly, though. Particularly in tournaments, international football. You suddenly find something, you make a little tactical adjustment, a little shift in the team, and all of a sudden you get a little bit of a spark.
I think you sense that from the way the two guys spoke in their interview as well. They're calm.
They get it.
We're panicking up here because we're fans. We're emotional, but
we're not panicking. England are pretty much almost 99.9% certain of going through to the
we're panicking about performance, and we know we can do better. But when you listen to those guys and the experience that they have, they know that, like you say, it can change, and they know that, listen, at the end of the day, there's more games and bigger games to play.
Yeah, I want to talk about Mark Gay because like the first game, I thought he was outstanding. I thought he was absolutely the pick of England's players this evening.
Best player on the pitch again. I think we thought in the first game, would he have nerves? In the Serbia game, he dealt with that well. Again, he was brilliant again. Again, the word we use is calm. Reading the play. Rio knows him really well, has been texting him, and he's just so humble in the way he does everything. And in one of these clips, there's one where he gave it away, and he's sort of thinking, how can he react? There on the front foot, aggressive. Everything about his game was brilliant, and long may it continue, because we was talking about Harry Maguire before, a big miss, and I think this is what we were talking about. He's just so strong and aggressive, and he's just had a brilliant tournament. He really has. And I think this is a mistake.
This was the one.
How do you recover? Yeah. How do you recover? Don't panic. Wait for the right timing. Brilliant. What a wonderful.
As a defender as well, Rio, I mean, you can appreciate that.
Yeah, and I know exactly how hard it is to come into a team and to perform like that at this level. And it's I remember my first tournament, and you think to yourself how nervous you are, the anxiety that can build up. But he doesn't look like he's a man at all fussed with the occasion. He's taking it and playing it like he's playing in the cage back where he's from.
Yeah. Okay, let's hear from the England coach, Gareth Southgate.
Well, Gareth, you got the point, but what did you make of the performance tonight?
Yeah, clearly not what we would have hoped. At the moment, we're not using the ball well enough, and we have to accept that. If you do that, you're going to suffer at times as we have tonight. So we know there's another level that we've got to find.
In both games now, England have scored and then dropped deeper and not appeared to press as much. Is that what you're telling the team to do?
No. I think we've played teams that are quite fluid in back threes, and it's not easy to get pressure on them, but we've definitely got to do that better than we have done in these two matches. That's been part of the problem, but not keeping the ball has also been a big part of the problem.
Trent Alexander-Arnold started in midfield again, but he came off early in the second half. What does that tell us about how he's doing in that position in the middle?
Well, I wanted to get Connor on. We needed some energy. We needed to press better, and Connor obviously does that very well.
Do you feel like the positional change with Trent Alexander-Arnold is working?
Look, he's had some moments where he's delivered what we thought he would. We know it is an experiment, and we know that we don't have a natural replacement for a Calvin Phillips, but we're trying some different things, and at the moment we're not flowing as we'd like, that's for sure.
One touch in the opposition box for Harry Kane today. We saw him taken off, which isn't something we see often. Does it show that perhaps you're struggling to get this England attack to function as potentially they should, looking at the quality of play you've got?
Well, we needed energy. We've had 2 games in a short turnaround, and we needed fresh legs, we needed energy to press. And at that stage of the game, I think Harry's only had the 190 minutes in over a month, so that was the decision we took.
Even if you'd have won tonight, you would have qualified and been top already with a game to spare. How damaging is this, and how much work is there still to do if you are to win this?
No, of course, there's a huge amount of work. That's evident from the two performances that we've given, but we have to stay tight. We understand that people will be disappointed with the performances, and rightly so, and we've got to make them better.
Thanks, Harry.
Yeah, fair enough, he gets it. He didn't try and kid us in any way, shape or form.
Again, you want an honest interview, and you give a good kind of insight into what's going on with England, and obviously disappointed. Listen, they all want to play well. We know it's like, we've been there playing this. You don't go out there not to work hard and to get good results and to perform well. Sometimes as well, you have to give respect to your opponents. Denmark were a hard outfit to play against today, so I told you I'd give you credit.
I think we've been fairly respectful towards Denmark's performance.
They played very well, as I said before. They forced us to look at.
We're thrilled for you. We're thrilled for you.
I think you've been in these positions before, Rio, where you've had great teams and not probably hit the level that you should. What do they need to do now? What's going on in the changing room? How can you rectify this?
You have to have a meeting where you have to have some hard facts and good, solid, sometimes awkward and difficult conversations need to be had. Call each other out if need be, but also I think from listening to the interviews, I think tactically they need to really get around the table, out on the training pitch as well, and really dice that up and look at what's been going wrong. Because like I say, it's not down to one individual. We've talked about Harry Kane a lot today, but it's not just about him. I think the team have to work out when and which to press, the triggers for that, and then they'll have a chance.
Yeah, I count all the English lineup, but the last two is not the first time those 11 played together with Trent in the middle, Jude, Foden. So there's something they try to see if it's working, and I'm sure that Gareth will look at that now.
I think he'll change it. I think he'll shift Bellingham alongside Rice and then Foden as possibly as a 10.
And they need to look into it to see what works. What I like is that they're calm and they're not running away from it. So Kane, Gareth, they know Walker, they are calm. And they know they have done it before. Yeah. I think Trump game's unbeaten. I think it'll be better.
I think you deserve the last word, Thomas. Thank you for your company, Mike, Rio. Well, that's it. Just a reminder that England have qualified almost certainly. A point for England. They failed to press. They failed to impress. We're off to decompress, and I think Mike and Mike bench press. Goodbye.
From the school. It's time.
Try not to do anything illegal for the next 24 hours.
Get back here!
I always got no idea.
That's a huge goal.
Is she yours?
To get in the trust with the baby, I was waiting.
You're sentenced to 6 years in prison. Young Offenders Series 1 to 4. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
It's your election and your turn to put questions to the leaders of the four biggest parties as they outline their vision for government. Rishi Sunak, Keir Starmer, Ed Davey and John Swinney will face 30 minutes of questions each in the Question Time Leaders Special in York tonight from 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
This is BBC One for Yorkshire and Lincolnshire. Now the BBC News with Sophie Raworth and Peter Levy.
Tonight, the legendary Hollywood actor Donald Sutherland has died at the age of 88.
I've been watching you, and you watching me.
Among his starring roles, the Hunger Games films and MASH, his son Kiefer Sutherland announced his death a short time ago. Also tonight, more pressure on the Conservatives as the party's director of campaigning and his wife, a Tory candidate, are looked into over allegations about betting on the date of the general election.
Ball given back to them though. And that's a good effort. Oh, it's a wonderful.
Denmark hold England to a disappointing draw in the Euros. And the biggest win of his career, Britain's new #1, Jack Draper, defeats the defending Wimbledon champion, Carlos Alcaraz, in London.
And then from us tonight, a woman who lost 13 stone tells how people suddenly treated her better. And freak weather smashes hundreds of panes of glass at this growing company.
Hollywood actor Donald Sutherland, who starred in The Hunger Games and MASH, has died at the age of 88. His son, Kiefer Sutherland, broke the news posting this photograph on social media a short time ago. He called him one of the most important actors in the history of film and said he was never daunted by a role and loved what he did and did what he loved. David Silito looks back on his life.
Tonight's movie has been MASH.
In 1970, a sprawling, darkly comic film about the Korean War came out.
And Dr. Jekyll, actually. This is my friend, Mr. Hyde.
The hero, a cynical, rebellious, heavy-drinking, womanizing surgeon.
Everybody was telling you, don't do it. The end of it. It'll ruin it. We did it in 5 weeks, and it was wonderful.
Born in Canada, he'd studied engineering before switching to acting and working in theatre in Britain.
Four captains. Bear Hamlet, a soldier to the stage.
MASH, a thinly veiled satire of Vietnam, led to Klute.
Do you mind not doing that?
With Jane Fonda. It was the first of 3 films together and an off-screen relationship. At a moment when a dark and maverick mood was making itself felt in Hollywood, Donald Sutherland, with that piercing gaze, was just the sort of complex leading man it was looking for. Take Don't Look Now, a disturbing, ghostly story about grief. That brief golden era in the 70s soon passed.
Closer than you think.
But Donald Sutherland was never out of work.
Everything I'm going to tell you is classified top secret.
JFK was almost a throwback to the 70s paranoid conspiracy thriller.
Why was Kennedy killed?
And more recently, it was The Hunger Games, a film that he hoped might inspire a little rebellion
I've been watching you,
in today's youth.
and you watching me.
The years may have gone by, but the spirit of Hawkeye Pierce was always there.
Donald Sutherland, who has died at the age of 88. The Conservative Party's director of campaigning is being looked into by the Gambling Commission over an alleged bet on the timing of the general election. This morning it emerged that Tony Lee has taken a leave of absence from his job. Yesterday we revealed that his wife Laura Saunders, who is the party's candidate in Bristol North West, is also being looked into. Our political editor Chris Mason is in York for us tonight. Chris.
Yes, hello. Welcome to the University of York, where the first of the BBC's Question Time Leaders specials begins at 8 o'clock. Firstly, though, let me bring you a statement from Laura Saunders tonight. She has said via her solicitors that she will be cooperating with the Gambling Commission and that she is considering legal action against the BBC and any other publishers who infringe her privacy rights. Here is our story.
If you bet on Labour, you can never win. So said this Conservative Party social media video yesterday afternoon, complete with jaunty music. The video has since vanished.
Hi, my name's Laura Saunders and I'm the Conservative Party candidate at Bristol North West.
She has been doing the campaigning thing all over her patch. This is one of her Facebook videos. She's also worked for the Conservative Party since 2015, including a head office in Westminster. And here is her husband, Tony Lee. He is the Conservative Party's Director of Campaigning. He took leave of absence from the job yesterday.
I can tell how the world will think it looks, which is not great. But, you know, I can't get into, I can't know what conversations were had with whom at what time.
I later found out both Laura Saunders and Tony Lee are being looked into by the Gambling Commission, the regulator, over alleged bets about the timing of the general election. We have approached Mr. Lee and he has not commented. A Conservative Party spokesman told the BBC, "We have been contacted by the Gambling Commission about a small number of individuals. As the Gambling Commission is an independent body, it wouldn't be proper to comment further until any process is concluded."
Did you have inside information?
The party said something similar last week when Rishi Sunak's parliamentary aide and Conservative candidate Craig Williams admitted to betting on the timing of the election.
Will you make that
a huge error of judgment? That's for sure, and I apologise.
The Gambling Commission has told us currently the Commission is investigating the possibility of offences concerning the date of the election. This is an ongoing investigation. We are not confirming or denying the identity of any individuals involved in this investigation. For Conservative campaign headquarters, a fortnight from polling day and miles behind in the opinion polls, this, to put it delicately, is the last thing they need. Chris Mason, BBC News.
And this is the full list of candidates standing in Bristol North West. As Chris was saying, there is a special question time tonight, starting in the next half an hour. Fiona Bruce is in Yorkville with the details.
4 leaders, 160 voters of all political stripes and shades, and lots of questions. Tonight, each of the 4 main party leaders, Ed Davey of the Lib Dems, the SNP's John Swinney, Labour's Sir Keir Starmer, and the Prime Minister and Conservative leader Rishi Sunak will be here in York, facing our question time audience, live on BBC One at 8 o'clock.
Now, England have been held to a disappointing draw in their second group stage match against Denmark at the Euros this afternoon. If England had won, they would have been guaranteed a place in the knockout stages, but the 1-1 draw means they still remain top of the group and in a strong position to qualify for the last 16. From Germany, here's Andy Swiss.
Hoping to make a splash. England fans soaking up the atmosphere in Frankfurt as thousands descended on the city's main square before heading for the stadium, and they hoped another victory. After their narrow opening win over Serbia, England were up against Denmark, and the anticipation was deafening. God Save the King, sung by the watching Prince of Wales. Could England keep their cool? Well, they struggled to keep their feet at first, Carl Walker among a host of players sliding around, but soon it was Denmark's turn to slip up, and midway through the first half, England pounced.
And a big chance for Kane!
A case of Captain Fantastic, as Harry Kane sparked euphoria among his teammates and every England fan. Could they now kick on? Well, not so, as Denmark hit back, and how?
And that's a good effort, oh, it's a wonderful strike!
Morten Hjulmand with a stunner as the Danes began to dominate and England began to toil. After a lethargic end to the first half, could they bounce back?
Now it's Foden, off the post!
Well, Phil Foden came oh so close, but the frustration was plain to see. England rang the changes, Captain Kane replaced by Ollie Watkins, and the substitute so nearly made an instant impact. But England was still sloppy, sluggish, and in the closing minutes, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg so nearly made them pay. Denmark were the better team, but Gareth Southgate's side clung on for a draw.
It's tough when you come to these grounds, hostile environments, but we know we can do better. We know we can do better, but we're top of the group, so let's move on to that.
A point then for England, but this disappointing display will raise some difficult questions.
Well, first, the good news. England are still top of their group, and a draw against Slovenia on Tuesday will guarantee their place in the knockout stage. But make no mistake, this was a pretty flat performance. In fact, there was some booing at the final whistle. England, remember, are one of the tournament favourites here, but on this showing, you wouldn't think so, Sophie.
Andy Swiss, thank you. The friend who the British teenager Jay Slater called before he went missing 3 days ago in the Canary Islands says the British police should now be involved in trying to find him. Police there have refocused their search in the north of Tenerife after discounting information which took them south. The 19-year-old flew to the island with friends for a music festival. Nick Garnett reports.
They've narrowed the search to one particular valley, the focus of all attention. But there's still no sign of Jay Slater. A holiday in Tenerife is a rite of passage for so many young adults. It was no different for Jay. A first holiday without parents. Energy, his first music festival with friends. A chance to party. On Sunday night, he went to where two friends were staying in this remote national park in the northwest of the island. When he left them, he decided to walk home. But that was a 10-hour journey. He rang his friend Lucy. She was the last person to speak to him.
It's just the unknown that's so strange. If you look around, there's just mountain after mountain after mountain. Everything looks the same. He's never been up here before. Like, it would be so easy for him to get lost.
Dressed only in a t-shirt and shorts, Jay had nothing to drink and his phone ran out of battery in the middle of the call. Since then, Lucy's been appealing for help on social media, and as a result, locals have come to join the search. But there's also been abuse and prank callers. She didn't want us to show her face. All she does want is for Jay to be found safe and well.
He's not a stupid boy. He would know that he hasn't got a phone, he hasn't got any water. He needs to stay on the road, find a tourist, find a hiker, find a photographer.
But he hasn't done that, has he? That's
No,
not happened. The phone call hasn't happened.
No, so I don't know. I don't know what's happened, and that is why we need the British police here to come and assist the Spanish authorities and make sure that they are doing everything that they can.
The Spanish rescue teams say they've got the equipment and resources to deal with the search. Specialist dog teams and drones are being used to scour the landscape, but as yet, nobody knows what's happened to the 19-year-old. Nick Garnett, BBC News, Tenerife.
Interest rates have been kept at their 16-year high by the Bank of England today, despite inflation coming back down to 2%. The bank said it was still concerned that prices of some items have continued to rise fast. But the bank did indicate that it could be prepared for a cut in interest rates when they meet next in August. 2 weeks to go until Wimbledon, and Britain's new #1 Jack Draper has just claimed the biggest victory of his career by beating the top seed and defending Wimbledon champion Carlos Alcaraz at Queen's Club in London. It's the first time the Spanish superstar has lost a match on grass in almost 2 years. 22-year-old Jack Draper beat the world #2 in straight sets. And finally, it is the longest day of the year today. Thousands are expected at Stonehenge, though they are gathering already. They're there to celebrate the summer solstice, which is at 9:51 this evening. That is the moment when the northern hemisphere is most tilted towards the sun, meaning the most hours of daylight and the minimum hours of darkness. Time now for a look at the weather. Louise Lear is here. They're going to have a lovely evening there, aren't they?
It's been a perfect summer solstice day, hasn't it, really? It always surprises me as well just how long daylight is. Because take a look at this. In Lerwick, sunset tonight is at 25 to 11, and then sunrise tomorrow is 3:39, nearly 3:45. So that's just 5 hours of nighttime darkness, which is really quite incredible. What we need for tomorrow, though, is another glorious day, and for some, we will see it, but not for all, unfortunately, because this amount of clouds spilling into the northwest at the moment, that's going to bring showery outbreaks of rain as we go into tomorrow. The breeze will pick up as the rain arrives, maybe some patchy rain into northwest Scotland and into Northern Ireland first thing in the morning, clouding over across western fringes, but further east, beautiful day, lots of sunshine coming through, and as a result, those temperatures will respond once again. So in eastern Scotland, 19 or 20 degrees, we might see highs of 23 in the southeast once again. A little bit cooler where the cloud and the rain is sitting. Now that is going to push its way steadily eastwards on Saturday, but the frontal system weakening. By the time we get into Saturday, we have a band of cloud, some light nuisance showers moving their way across parts of eastern England brightening up behind, so not a bad start to our weekend. We'll take that in comparison to the weather we've seen so far this June, but it is looking promising. Generally temperatures between 18 and 22 degrees. Now on the whole, high pressure will build and it is going to keep things relatively dry, settled and warm for the early parts of next week. After Wednesday, subject to question. Back to you, Sophie.
Louise, thank you very much. And that is it from us. I'll be back with all the very latest at 10 tonight. But right now, it is time for our colleagues and the news where you are. Goodbye.
Yes, here we are. Hello, good evening. Sorry, late again, but glad you could make it. Welcome to Look North. After losing 13 stone in weight, Izzy Montgomery from Grimsby noticed that many positive changes in her health and lifestyle. But what she wasn't expecting was how attitudes would change towards her. People open doors for her and strangers smile and say hello. Izzy describes it as skinny privilege, something that she'd never experienced before and which she finds troubling. She wants everyone to treat each other equally, no matter what the scales say. Natalie Bell has more.
I've lost nearly 13 stone since 2020. I've done that through diet and exercise. I've also used weight loss injections and I've also had 2 weight loss surgeries. And what I found overall is that people treat you so much differently as a typically smaller person than what they would as a bigger person.
Is there such a thing as skinny privilege, being treated better because of the way you look? Well, Izzy from Grimsby thinks so. She says since she dropped from 25 stone down to 13, strangers treat her differently.
Basic things like people holding a door open for you or smiling at you on the street or maybe in a supermarket rather than avoiding eye contact or, you know, looking the other way, that sort of thing.
I wanted to do a quick video on a very touchy, controversial subject called pussy privilege or skinny privilege.
And it's something that, as a whole, I've noticed across my social media platforms that lots of other people that have shared similar journeys. It's so sad to hear how they value themselves differently based on the treatment that they get from other people.
We asked people in Hull what they think of skinny privilege.
Not surprising, but I think that it shouldn't be that way. Like, why are you getting treated nicer just because you're skinnier? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm a big bloke, and I wouldn't want anybody to judge me or what I do or my capabilities just because of the way I look.
It really depends on people's personalities rather than their appearances. So.
Not available. One TV.
Interesting one to talk about, like your views on.
Guide. All channels. 1. Today. 3.
I'm skills. Keeping quality up. Perfection in safe hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, our killer is none other than Head and Shoulders. I don't really have dandruff. I don't.
You don't have dandruff with Head and Shoulders. Our new formula helps wash away dandruff and oil, and now delivers double the protective ingredient on your scalp.
We don't.
To prevent dandruff coming back. New Head and Shoulders for up to 100% dandruff protection.
I see you. Okay. Do your dance. Do your thing. I see you. Okay, let me see you. Cherry. Yeah. Now take it back. Let me see you. Rock off. Rock off. Shake off. Shake off. Let me see you. Rock off. Rock off. Yeah. Let me see you kick
Reggie. We're BetMGM, and we know how to put on a show. This is the beautiful game, Vegas style. The best players shining on Europe's biggest stage. We got something for every football fan. Best clothes, tackles, price boost, and daily specials. This is the golden era of the European Championship. BetMGM, it's showtime.
With so many holiday homes on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. So I hired body doubles.
Wild Tina at the holiday home.
Wild Tina at the apartment.
Oh, Tina.
Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by BYD.
Yeah, just look at these two teams. You can look at Rodri for Spain and Jorginho for Italy, obviously both very well known to Premier League fans and Premier League viewers. They're the ones that the metronomes, as they were, to set the pace for their teams.
If you are going to try and stop them, then those the players you need to stop getting the ball, especially Jorginho. He done it well the other day when he gets on the ball because he can move around very, very well. Same with Rodri. Talking about top draw players, top quality players.
I've been surprised over the years of watching Manchester City, particularly in the last couple of years, why more people don't want to try and man that rather to sort of stop that attack building, because it's so important to obviously what City was so important to us Spain as well.
Yeah, we've got Morata up front, who's white matches exciting, and Skamaka, so two strikers who didn't really quite do what people expected in the Premier League.
Yeah,
Morata had a great career in Europe.
That can happen. There's lots of players who come to England in the Premiership that just haven't worked out for a number of reasons, but they're top quality strikers. Poor team did some brilliant players. Great quality on show today.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a game as well. Old friends reunited when it comes to the Euros. For the 5th consecutive time they're playing each other. So let's get off to Gelsenkirchen then and join our commentary team of Ali McCoy, Sid Tilt.
It's a game of thrones. The eye-catching fixture. The preliminary stages of these European finals. The only meeting of multi-champions in the group phase. 12 years ago, they met in a group game. But 3 weeks later, it's Spain and Italy that contested the final. It could happen again. The 13th tournament meeting in all. They contested that European final. They played out 3 major semi-finals. They met in Brazil, in Boston, at Wembley, in Ukraine, World Cup, Confederations Cup, Nations League, you name it. Their latest meeting is here in Gelsenkirchen. The right to go into the last 16 as winners of Group B. That is what they played for. That is what the winners of this match were rewarded by. Please stand up for the national anthem, starting with Italy. Introductions necessary. Familiar handshakes on the way. Spain versus Italy is live and next.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Get Europe ready with AliExpress. Win millions of prizes with every goal scored. Download AliExpress now.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by BYD.
We've had plenty of good games so far, plenty of close games. But the favourites concedes the three is rising to the top of the six groups. So, Ali McCoy, winning the group should be rewarded with a friendlier-looking tie in the last 16. There's plenty on this game.
Absolutely, Clive. Good evening, everyone. It's a game you've obviously built up superbly, and we're looking forward to two quality nations 30 years. Completely different styles, I think, which makes it intriguing and really interesting. And you would suggest, obviously, the winner will win the group. And in theory, get an easier tie. That remains to be seen, of course.
Before kick-off, a moment's reflection on the passing of the former General Secretary and Chief Executive of UEFA, Gerhard Hauptner, died early today. Tributes will be paid to him for tonight's games and tomorrow's. Played and won last Saturday. 5 days of reflection for their coaches has produced one change between them. It's a bit of a surprise in so much that Aymeric Laporte has been training on his own and not with the rest of the Spanish squad, complaining of some muscle discomfort. His centre-back partnership with Robin Lenormand is restored this evening. Italy, for their part, all in the same 11 that beat Croatia. A lot of those memories count for nothing now. I have to say the Spanish performance in the 2012 final in Kiev is one of the finest I've ever seen from an international team. They beat Italy 4-0 that night without the centre forward. But I do feel as though I must warn you, it is the only one of the 16 encounters since the turn of this century in which there have been that many goals. This might just be a suspense story rather than an action blockbuster, but then what else is on the box tonight? Spain in red, Italy in white. What you would say about this latest encounter is that the Spanish team has looked a little less Spanish than usual than their predecessors, and actually Italy rather less Italian. I don't think that it's going to be tiki-taka versus catenaccio.
No, I think you make a very, very fair and valid point. Roy's talking about it earlier on. I'm usually said they haven't done exactly what Wimbledon, I take his point, but they are going a little bit more direct. Because intelligent football is a play to their strengths, you know. Morata clearly is a central forward that likes the ball into the box as early as possible.
I think you last seen a long Spanish goal kick. Here is Lamine Yamal. 19 on his back, 16 on his birth certificate. Fabian Ruiz. Cucurella. Nico Williams. Pedri! He needed a save, but I'm not sure that Donnarumma should have been given a chance to save it. It was an outstanding headed chance.
It's brilliant. Brilliant, the left-hand side from Nico Williams. What a delivery that is. And you're absolutely spot on. He lets it hit off his head, I think, just there. He doesn't believe it. He's got to put power in it, Clive. Couldn't put it back where it came from, and it's 1-0. He could have let it hit off his head, but what a cross, what a delivery.
Italy were gone down already last Saturday against Albania. Another rather sleepy start. They recovered quickly, they were 2-up in 15 minutes. And they didn't recover completely in that first game. 2-1 was how he finished, and only because Gigi Donnarumma got his sizable frame in the way of a shot in the 90th minute. I think it was one of those games you can say you managed well once you've won it, but 2-1 is a very fragile lead to manage for 75 minutes, even if you're Italy.
That's a fair point. But I'd be a little bit concerning for Di Lorenzo out that right back position, because Nico Williams was playing as if he wasn't there. It was a beautiful delivery, and as I said, Perry should have done better. Clive, he should be 1-0 up. He kind of lets it hit off his head rather than put a bit of force on it back where it came from. But bright start.
There's Laporte. Cucurella. Williams again. Ball away from the normal this time. Still Williams. Rather run into traffic. Petri was on for a moment again.
Wasn't on in 2 minutes, he said.
Yamal. Petri lets it run away from him. Calafiori trying to sort things out back there for a rather befuddled Italian rearguard, not half. And if Williams doesn't run past you on one side, Yamal runs past you on the other. Italy stretched. There is Lamine Yamal. Taking DiMarco for a walk. Put away by Calafiori. Barella trying to settle things down. Up towards Scamacca. Laporte being Torres.
Yeah, he did well, Scamacca there. He just gets his ball at the end. Takes a little bit of pressure off the Italian defence. Laporte gets his arm around there. Just give himself a breather. Give a team an opportunity to maybe string 3 or 4 passes together. Get a feel of the ball. What a start he's had. Jorginho comes across, doesn't want to keep up himself. He's a little bit lucky that touch, he's a little bit heavy, and I guess make it go himself.
Still need 2 left-footers at the heart of the Italian defence unusually. Here will play Ogolev, Calafiori, the younger, inexperienced one. Bastoni is the senior partner. Di Lorenzo is just about clearing his head from that initial Nico Williams throw. Chiesa. Towards Frattesi. Fabian Ruiz. Alfonso Yamal. Ruiz just unable to score the pick of 33 in exploration. The superb through ball to free kick here. Pellegrini here.
So basically, just after about 5 minutes, you feel as though the Italians just want to take a little bit of a breather. Trying to attempt to get a foothold in the game after 5 minutes. It's been a really bright start.
No laughing matter for Pellegrini, by the way. He's been honoured with that fame number 10 shirt that Baccio and Del Piero and Totti and wore in tournaments gone by. He fellow attacking threats in the Italian team haven't been able to get started because Spain have made their racing start. Pedri may well wink. I don't think there was anything malicious about the challenge. Pellegrini disagrees, but Pedri should have put Spain on us.
I'm just trying to think of the reason why he doesn't put his head to it and run was bounce off him. I'm thinking perhaps he thinks Jorginho in front of him's going to get a touch on it. Instead of kind of reacting a bit forward, they could have didn't hope more than anything, but what a chance that was, what a chance.
He was 3 years younger than Luciano Spalletti. One of the senior citizens of the coaching fraternity on the touchline tonight. Spain were 3-0 up by half-time in their first game against Croatia last weekend. Scored twice in under 3 minutes around the half-hour mark. 2 fine goals, but Christian made 2 fine saves in that same period. It was only the third goal that Carvajal really broke Croatia just before half-time. Jorginho. Hazy. Surprise selection preferred to Alex Grimaldo last Saturday at left back. A strong finish of the season with Chelsea, came back into the team in early March after ankle surgery and stayed in on a recall to the international squad. Is Pellegrini restored? There was a bit of speculation that Varela, number 18, might play a little further forward this evening, but if anything, he's playing a bit deeper alongside Jorginho. Looking very aggrieved at one or two of these Spanish challenges. That's a clear head on by Pellegrini, and here's Scamacca fielding quite far. I think Spain just showed far more appetite from the outset. Williams
is enough.
I have to tell you, that's as good a 10 minutes of a player I've seen in a long time.
He's been a wild card, and he figured in all 4 games of the last World Cup, started the first game here. His name has been mentioned in the same breath as Liverpool and Chelsea in the gossip columns, Barca too. All his career so far in Bilbao. Just trying to get some kind of foothold in the game. Just ask Gabriel before. He feels that Gianluca Scamacca's foot caught him.
I'm not sure. I think he's well within his range to use that challenge. What a ball that is. Just get it, target. Just get it, target. The piece of the ball. Unless you hit it straight at the goalkeeper, so you go by him. No excuse for that.
He was saying yesterday that the Italian, Mario Balotelli, was his boyhood hero. Interesting choice of role model. Balotelli would have scored that. Apparently he and Inaki Williams, his brother he plays with at Bilbao, had the Super Mario Mohican cut in their teenage days. Ever go Mohican, Ali?
No, Scotch sometimes won't throw off his head. Trust me,
I'm not sure what is good when it's good for it.
It's not great.
Williams again. Chancellor to run at Carvajal. Held. Overlap Cucurella. Yamal. It's walking for him. Pellegrini. Chance for Ruella. He can pull the strings for Italy. Dimaco overlapping. Spain a little bare with cover. Which wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah, it's a poor delivery of an excellent break down the left-hand side. Fair play to Dimaco, make the run. Final ball not good enough.
Well, he might need any invitations to get forward. Well, he recovered well from his first minute gap against Albania when his throwing was seized upon by Nedim Bajrami to score that very early goal. No flag as yet. That was a flag. Lovely tempo about the early exchanges.
Fascinated in starting position. Pedri, who's Spain will get the ball. It's very similar to the one Pedro takes up for Germany. Clive, very high up the pitch and coming back the way to receive it.
Spinning, both with Williams' pace and trickery, and now with that major row that he took. Purely accidental. Roma, as the captain, has some kind of right to speak to the referee, but
somebody's troubles anyway. I don't mind that role, you know, the captains, you know, the player rights of a chat or communicate with the referee.
Mention that it is Stephen Donnarumma who's been shown that yellow card. There's only so much licence to vent his feelings. The normal. Looked like Pedri. Yamal came to him in a difficult fight.
Opportunity for a quicker break there from the Italians.
Given away by Di Lorenzo. Morata.
And off it by Bastoni. Spanish passes without Rodri getting it. He's trying to chip when he passes it to you. Make sure he's going to come back, right? Yeah. Me again. My turn. Yamal. Does he? No.
One.
Nico Williams. He's far away past Di Lorenzo again. Pass to Junior. He's reached twice there crucially. Bit of a mismatch there at the moment.
It's nothing artificial. He is in it. Trying to double up to the hand. Throws in a little bit of an up-timer as well. Di Lorenzo. Tino again comes across. Makes it walk. Certainly the problems, Clive.
He's 21 years of age. He's 22 just 2 days before the final. It's been noted that stars are aligning. His birthday 2 days before the final. Lamine Yamal turned 17 a day before the final. How they will celebrate that they won that final together. To miss the ball. Not sure how Yamal will celebrate actually. He's going to be 18 to drink and drive and vote in Spain. And one to win. Not through cameras, obviously.
thought so. I don't think we'll change anything. I'll just keep playing the way they're playing. That is on the front foot. I don't think they'll be worried. They'll be aware they should be certainly one point, probably 2 goals up. They'll just keep playing the way they're playing. Getting into Pepe's feet, getting out to Williams.
In the Champions League, they won all 3 of their group games at the last Euros. One of only 2 eventual champions to start with maximum points in the last 40 years. And the other was Spain in 2008. Portugal drew all 3 group matches in 2016. Greece weren't very impressive. It wasn't how you start, it's where you finish.
Beautiful straight.
Four good seasons in Italy with Napoli, one of them under Luciano Spalletti. He was actually sold before the start of that Scudetto season in the summer of 2022. That goes to Paris Saint-Germain. Fabian Ruiz, here he is. Williams, trying his luck on the right. Ruiz. Pellegrini is up with him. This is Lorenzo Pellegrini. Pellegrini just got it there. Just forced the break. Scamacca. Barella. Gianco is forward.
It was a brilliant challenge, you know, try. Because Cortese made a run the middle of the park there, was right through. It was a great challenge from Cucurella. I mean, it was. Cortese kept going. He was the middle all alone. If they cut inside, Cucurella had made the challenge. Here's this run. Certainly we're not going to see the initial dump. It's a good challenge on him. You just cannot get a shot away like that. To be fair to Lorenzo, he stays tight, nice and tight. Goalkeeper stays up, makes a good save, but the initial turn. Beautiful.
Here's Cucurella. Probably in the half of the field he prefers, although he's made some good challenges tonight. A couple of years at the bridge now. He took some time to win over the Chelsea fans, but he's only 25.
Joey.
Towards Morata. Donnarumma was beaten to it by his own man, Calafiori. And Tazy can't clear. Pedri. Lamine Yamal. Fabian Ruiz. Clever reverse. Dani Carvajal. Clever again. Rodri. Oh, they look some lovely angles there, right in the back of the head to see the passing. Fabian Ruiz was running back. That's smuggling into Pedri. That's Butler.
You're right. Beautiful football. 3 or 4 passes to create the shooting opportunity for Rodri. It was blocked. But no, I want you all away, mate. That was a workout. That dude. Watching the best pass here from Ruiz to Carvajal, cuts it back. That's perfect football. Finishes off the blocked. But how easy and high was that?
That's PlayStation football. I've never seen in your football lifetime an Italian team so different from the game.
Rumour has it we're quite good at it, Clive.
I haven't changed that much. Spain maybe shaded more of the rounds on points. They had more possession. It certainly would have been a split decision, and it went to a shootout in which Morata was foiled and Jorginho skipped up to run in the coolest of penalty deciders. Italy were second best for all of that night. Fabian Ruiz. Nico Williams. You can come out to my flag more often. Send that Williams in the middle and you come out here. Familiar with Real Sociedad, send it back. He has been a fixture in the Spanish defence the last 12 months, largely alongside Aymeric Laporte. They were both born in France. Laporte quite close to the Spanish border in French Basque Country, but the normal here is from Brittany, all closer to London than Madrid. It's a long goal kick from Plymouth, where where he was born. And he gained Spanish nationality last year after 7 seasons at Real Sociedad. Looks like he might move on to Atletico Madrid next. He's regular now for Spain.
You're applying the youth department of the state disbelief there.
Yesterday they were prepared to get their Armani suits dirty in search of victory tonight. Armani suit, not sure I want to tell you. Depends in the world of the other designer suits are retired. Smith, who's been covering up for most of the round. Waiting for the sound of the bell. Entering room. Tazy trying to escape. Mixing up a lot more now. This Spanish team, but the general approach to the way it's been working through needed to go high and long on this stage. Also fight. Fabulous. Williams got the control he deserved. Ooh, he's picked out Lamar. Up some of the best moments and memories of this win 3 years ago. Not least the curled finish against Spain in the semi-final when he opened his body up and bent that one round. I see one with a bit of a flash. Shooting, he needs it, Clive, because Kukulia was just on that level of pressure or bouncing ball. Really easy. The forearm in the back of the head is the yellow card. England are back already.
Still in talking to you.
This one's been no laughing matter for Italy. Disjointed. I say defiant because the scoreline's still 0-0. They've done some good defending, a lot of desperate last-ditch defending.
The goalkeeper's always a couple of his stops out. A couple you'd expect it to be equal. They're near when they're quiet.
Expect the Spanish in position. Italy have found answers for the time. Spain really should have had a couple of goals, a couple of glorious heading opportunities for Pedri and for Nico Williams. Spain have been a joy to watch, Italy less so, but guess what? Half time, it's still 0-0.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
You haven't screwed up.
What if I had? I'm talking about your tweet.
I expressed my confidence you would never say anything sexist, because otherwise I could never tolerate you as my co-presenter. And I know exactly what you said.
Brand new drama, Douglas is cancelled.
1. TV.
You have a little flour, it makes it very easy to spot. Mmm, that's good. Of course it is. It's M&S. What are you saying? It's part of the flour. It's not just food, right? Come on, man. Where you going, man? Go on.
On a distant world, darkness marched ever closer. In the hour of reckoning, you stood as one. You are vacuuming. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen. The warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. That's food fragrance.
Volume 10.
Are you fit to have a shot?
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by BYD.
At half-time in Gelsenkirchen between the two great rivals, Spain and Italy, and it's goalless, but there's a real fluidity and fluency about Spain, Gary, which you can see in the stats. 9 shots at goal, 4 on target, really some good chances by any metric. The Spanish should be in front.
Yeah, they've been really good. I mean, some tough going for Italy. We said before the game that they were hanging there, mainly through their goalkeeper and some missing chances of the Spanish forwards. But you've got a real good balance to Spain, so smooth through the middle of the park. You've got electricity in those wide areas, and they should be a little bit more ruthless. A couple of years ago in Qatar, it cost them in that game against Morocco where they couldn't score. They just need to get that bit right.
And they're getting some good opportunities from the wide areas. It's actually not always the wingers who are delivering those opportunities, but there's a couple of very good chances, particularly Pedri early on.
Yeah, great chances. Now, this question marks obviously it's always about the end product and the strength of it, obviously a heading ability, but they're very comfortable, good possession, they get it wide, and as soon as Williams stands the full back up, he's going past him. And this is, you see Pedri wandering in like a little shimmy there, but then there's no conviction in the header. There's no conviction. It's almost like he's surprised they came to him. This keeper's done well, but great chance. And again, look at these players.
Oh, that's interesting because it's Williams making it like it's Morata who's out.
Ali makes a point in comedy. Sometimes they know strikers know what kind of delivery to put in, and this is better than the first chance we've seen of Williams. Again, we'll go back. You're that near to the goal, just pacing it, hit the target. These are huge chances.
This is amazing.
And Morata here, tell us exactly, give us a shout when he shoots.
Once he gets this there, he's got this shooting there. He's got this swinging his foot on that. You can see the keeper's trying to set himself, and now he's setting himself too wide. But I think I've been a little bit disappointed with Morata because I think there's instances where I would like to have seen him in the centre. You know, in the centre, you know, the chance of Pedri had, I'd love to have seen him on that. But, you know, there should be a couple of goals on.
Fabian Ruiz got a terrific goal against Croatia. What's impressed you most about him this evening?
Well, everything. You know, whether he's at the back, whether he's in the middle, whether he's up top, taking shots. He's a fantastic player. Technically brilliant. You know, vision. You know, everything what you need from a midfielder. You know, and this is a fantastic player. It's just the way that he'll just can't bam. No, there's no rushing, no fussing like this here. This is like no panic. He's hardly got anything on. Okay, let me just keep it, and then place it in there. Not only that, but he's gonna go and play again, and then he'll get back on again. It's like constantly being in a situation where he can get the ball, recycle, and go again. You know, it's just. This is a brilliant.
Gary, what does that calmness do for his teammates?
Oh, I mean, obviously you've got Rodri in there as well, but he balances off him brilliantly. It reminds me a little bit of Manuel Petit and how he balanced off Vieira back in the day. This is a great strike. The goalkeeper has to work hard, but it was a fantastic performance from him in the first half. A lesson in how to play midfield.
Really good habit in being in the right place at the right time, and that composure brings calmness to the whole team. He's a quality player.
The slimmest of pickings for Italy. It really is a counter-attacking football, just one shot at goal.
Yeah, they're up against it, which we knew that, but they still need to do better when they're going forward. I sometimes they'd have a bit more quality, striker not getting hold of it, already getting frustrated. They have to do a bit more in possession. Yeah, they're under pressure, and obviously you think that will tell as the second half goes on, but they need a bit more when it goes up to the striker.
That's what it is. People won't realise how important that is because Italy are staying in it. We know that they can. Spain have missed kind of chance they should have taken. But like, if the striker can get hold of it, so he can get people to support him, they can move themselves up the pitch and then they can start putting, for me, Laporte especially, under pressure. It seems to me like he's constantly trying to win that. I think that he's somebody they can get the ball in that final third. He's somebody they can play off to Jamaica and then run off of him. They might be able to get something.
0-0 at half-time in Gelsenkirchen, a chance of course of Spain, Italy, or both could be at the final of the Euros on July the 14th. You could be there too in Berlin, courtesy of our competition.
Get your passport ready as we're sending one of you to the UEFA Euro 2024 final with £50,000. Courtesy of Shaw, Dublin and Links, you and Free French, especially in Berlin, and what's the finals on Sunday the 14th of July. And let's not forget that £50,000. To enter, simply text GOAL to 80900 to get one entry for £2 plus your standard network rate message, or text FINE to 80900 to get 5 entries for £5 plus your standard network rate message. Go to the website, entries cost £2, or post your name number to cut 01 PO Box 7558 Derby DD10 NQ. Entrance must be 18 or older. Paid entries close 10 a.m. Thursday the 27th of June. Entrance must be contacted on the 2nd of July and for 2 working days after. Good luck.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Ariel gel, just push it, pop it, and squeeze it. Good squeeze. Ooh, powerfully thick. Well played. And just put it straight in the drum. Lovely. Whack that temperature right away for outstanding staining and incredible freshness and as low as 15 degrees. Isn't that just brilliant? Ariel gel.
Get in, Jack, the maestro of Wilshire. Corner, no nonsense. Tracker, top the fit. And Jurgen, the winner, Klinsmann. It's coming home. Yeah, that is a lineup. Goals, Blossom, and Giants of the game. The sun.
At Beyondex, we believe life is better with less of some things and more of others. Like less hassle, more convenience, less short-term thinking, more long-term actions. Life's better when we get more. Fix your tariff and get 100% renewable electricity as standard, so switch to Eon Next.
Right, Santander's Edge Current account gives cashback to reward customers.
Do they also reward treachery?
This contains the names of people who have their salary put into
our rival's current account.
Nicholas!
I'm giving cashback on my big supermarket shop.
Cut! I get access to an exclusive interest rate on my savings account.
Who's next?
You!
I can't explain.
Why?
Finding your edge with the Santander Edge Current account.
Here he is. Big boy Sonny Plummet. Subway knows who you want. So that's freshly baked bread. You want a succulent sizzling steak, didn't you? You want chicken toasted. Of course. A nice little fresh salad. Make it spicy. Yes! You really want that old Dutch and cheery steak, didn't you? You know it's better like that, but... Make it the foot longest summer ever with a new all-star menu.
It's now free to sell. Create and close on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
New Birra Moretti sale di mare. Unfiltered lager with a hint of Italian sea salt.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by BYD.
Lots of sports tomorrow to enjoy. Join Ed Chamberlain up Manchester United for all the fun from day 4 of Royal Ascot. That's from 1:30. And then Laura Woods will be here with more live action from the Euros tomorrow. Poland taking up Austria Group D from 4:15 on ITV1 and STV. Highlights later on that evening, including the Netherlands against France. You like your superheroes, don't you? Here's a superhero in a mask.
Wow.
Now, if he were to play as Kylian Mbappe, he can't play the tricolor mask for some sort of balls and rails. We don't know whether he will play. Didier Deschamps says he's going in the right direction. You played with and against people who've worn masks, haven't you? On more than one occasion, I'm sure.
I can't remember playing with someone who got a mask on. I can't remember that.
Well, Gascoigne wore a mask against the Dutch once, didn't he?
That wouldn't be comfortable, would it?
I remember that, yeah.
But it's better than not playing, isn't it?
So put up, just trying to head it or whatever, and you obviously really listen to what's on it.
Well, he says he's going in the right direction, Deschamps. We will see, but obviously they're desperate to get him back as soon as possible. A couple of changes at the break, and I think we're going to tell us all about.
Skeptic, Roma midfield player, has replaced Jorginho. Andrea Cambiasso was given a run on the right wing for the last 15 minutes last Saturday. He's got the ball in place of David Fratesi. Cambiasso's going to play from his right-hand side. Chiesa, who's played most of his football in recent times from the left, switched over to that flank. Cristante alongside Barella in midfield. His presence felt. He's picked up the yellow card with no time at all. Did I mention that he was muscular?
I'm going to do it in 21 seconds. I mean, I'm sure somewhere south of Carlisle that Vinnie Jones is a plot. Vinnie Jones must be a problem or something. I mean, tell me he's hurting.
He's hurting. And he's hurt Modric.
Well, he catches him right in the instep and the right foot. I mean, that is painful. I mean, it really is painful. I'm laughing, but you know what I mean? There's a serious amount of discomfort there.
15 seconds they've lost to the foul. Cristante has come on to take no business. Which is a line we have ACDC Foundation. Viral with Liz Hell's Bells. Crikey, you felt that. They had to do something, and with that is a forerunner of what's to come.
Well, here we can see it. Ooh, I feel that. I mean, that is a show.
He played the last 15 minutes against Albania. There was speculation he might start here. Played in all 7 games at the last Euros, but 6 of those from the bench. He was actually involved in Leonardo Bonucci's goal in the final against England. So he made more appearances from the bench than start in the qualifying campaign. 6v2 of him. Every centimetre of that with their malicious challenge.
In all seriousness, that's easily a great goal in the foot. That really is.
It's a free kick. Yamal will say. Rodri is on his feet. He's gone forward, trying to take some kind of revenge. Doesn't reach them though. And away goes Scamacca. On the back by Williams. mind in that. Bring him up. Just behind Pepe on his side. Speeding up to win it back. Rodri seems okay. Carvajal. Corner kick.
One TV.
Didn't really move justice, as I said earlier. Dimarca, on the move.
Ronaldo reached out the other way. Rodri. Well, they're in control against Spain. Well and truly. Williams. Flicked on by Morata and an own goal. Spain couldn't score themselves. Couldn't take their own chances. Calafiori has taken one for them. What a sympathy for him. It was a splendid little run by Williams. A wicked cross. Morata got a touch. And then Ricardo Calafiori got a big touch. And Spain lead deservedly.
I'm just hoping that the goalkeeper got a touch as well. Find out 2 seconds. There's what they're playing. They deserved it. Bravo, they deserved it. Great player getting in the left-hand side. He's an excellent Williams. This is a deflection initially. Does the goalkeeper get a touch? Got Morata's head. Yeah, I thought he would. That's what it had. I just could tell by the angle. I could tell by Calafiori's reaction. He gets caught under his feet a little bit. The initial header across. I'm thinking to myself, the goal's got to go for it, Clive. He has got to go for it. But it's a touch. That's Calafiori. But listen, it deserved it. Straight with the better team. One up, deservedly so.
I think Calafiori could do actually. He hit his knee before he knew it.
No, it's one of these situations where the goalkeeper has to go for it, and then go for it, he's completely wrong foot. He's on centre back. And as you correctly say, Calafiori can't do anything about it. He's off. And it's a deserving lead.
Here's Pedri. Still Pedri.
He's been really lively. I don't know if he's shooting forwards or they're going for that.
So an own goal by Calafiori. He's going to try to claim it to stop the top of that. Not sure that you're able to apply this time. Big Pedri again, finding little blocks of space all over the place. Dropping little hand grenades all around the field. Those explosions which easily can't quite extinguish.
They've been great, they really have. Just short of an hour boy. 3, Pedri, Rodri, and Williams in particular, Clive. Totally dominating. Right on team's left. He's got nothing to look at the goalkeeper there, isn't he?
All this attention to Lamine Yamal because of his age. Pedri's 21. Williams 21. Correct. Fabian Ruiz. They're not easy off. Pedri. Morata. What a thunderous hit. And it's another hit straight out to Ruiz.
That's a beautiful head. It really is. Morata's always hit it. Comfortable save, but the build-up play again from Spain down the left-hand side. Excellent, it really was. Long Ruiz and Cucurella.
Because on Saturday, with a World Cup, 2 European Championship finals, Spain 10 tournament goals for Alvaro Morata. Only 2 men have scored more goals at the Euro finals. And their surnames are Ronaldo and Platini. All coming to key. Williams. Hooked away by Cambiasso. The normal got the header.
That's who it was.
Ruiz just out the back by Chiesa. It's been surely recovered.
That's well, I'm not sure what's going on, but he's not taking
from the weekend told us that Spain won far more comprehensively, far more convincingly against Croatia than Italy managed to do in the game against Albania. So far that form line has been a good guide to this match.
Substitute, two substitutes, combined into five, and it was a chance. beautiful. No exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to find that top corner with a bit of bend. Excellent effort. Donnarumma wasn't getting that, I can tell you. He's been brilliant. Couple of substitutions now.
David Marlowe's got his bit. So is Pedro. Baby faces are coming off. Ferran Torres. Barcelona now is going to go on, and so too is Alex Baena of Villarreal, who actually had more assists than any other player in La Liga last season. He was very critical this month.
Should have scored on point, let's not mess about. As good as he was excellent. He should be on the score sheet. 2 or 3 excellent chances, particularly ahead of the first half. He's a real talent. Solid enough. But if you're forward playing against him, he does dive in a couple of times and give free kicks in dangerous areas. Yes.
In the last 10 minutes, the substitutions setting next to different cocktail for them.
To a certain extent.
Who's been coasting around the fringes of the game all night. Something to set the attention here. Here's Pellegrini. This is head. Rotated. Yeah, there is one.
I think it's a new reaction with indicated on the shot here.
It's the last of the finals to in several qualifiers for this tournament. They had a good season. Rotated into the Serie A team of the year alongside Luis Ferguson. They have got to consider how to see this game through now. in towards Baena. Ball escape from Morata. In comes to Williams. And he's too large on Rodgers.
He's going inside. It's a great ball. Really has humped across the face. He's eyes on. Smashing ball from Torres. Fair to Di Lorenzo, he doesn't have to ball.
Seasons in England, Newcastle and Leicester. Cautious in respect, he was clean for finish it, Jets got his set piece, and you would think Calvin or Rashford. At least two must go into the box for Fiore was going to attack. This comes to 2 points, didn't land there. Marco delivers, Di Lorenzo is in there with the marks. Kicked it in, for good Lorenzo break. Searching ball. Torres, nothing. Debate all the time. 5-7-2 team. Just when a game starts to get stretched and loose because there are a lot of tight players out there, just now completely re-energised their teams. It's actually breeding a generation of 70-minute players who almost expect to play for that length again. You know, starters and finishers like what you do. For good reasons, probably COVID.
Yeah, get all that. However, that also suits bigger teams with better squads and better squads. Should be allowed, in my opinion.
Well separates the two teams. Recovered his reputation in this second half.
Actually makes a good run there. Terrace to one issue. Takes in the half jump and he actually wins away to the goal to create a little bit of space for himself. He's always been defended. You're right. Flat right to say. And it was a bit of a
Saudi Arabia now. Successfully in Saudi Arabia. The challenge for Italy. Fascinating day at the Finals. England's next game against Slovenia is live, and it's supposed to be on ITV.
Shot there, it's not happy with Carvalho.
And they need more than two, Adrian. Big money miss. These two together so far failed. All the big men have gathered at the front. Straight in corporate.
There's Mel just across the face there, just trying to take the swings and touches on it.
Cristante. Fresh legs on there. Yeah. Cambiasso. Contributed. Nicholson's coming on. Quite good enough for Calafiori, but it will reach Zaccagni somehow. Raspadori, Zaccagni. Marco is forward. Fabian Ruiz is back. Up back by Di Marco. Zaccagni plays it in. Looks at a pinball. Spain rode their luck. Court's a bit weary now. He's done a lot of training. Not played in the World Cup finals in 10 years. Since Dupont, Pirlo and Balotelli were in the squad.
Remarkable statistic, that, isn't it? Remarkable.
But they did win this title just 3 years ago at Wembley. And they've been to a couple of Nations League semi-finals since then. We sometimes think our national teams being Italian, but they're outside Italian. Everything he saw last Saturday and said so. Does his team really need to progress before they can find the same identity the Spanish national side has? But would you take a backward step, Luciano Spalletti? Ayena. Torres. Swept away by Bastoni.
What a touch that was initially from Perez, the man on the ball, and now when he flicked it around the corner. Excellent touch. Oh, there you go.
Jose Perez. Kept out by Donnarumma just.
Might be wrong, I think that had knocked down the ball over. Beautiful bit of skill down the left hand side there from Perez. There's another one for you. It's raining nutmegs.
I mean, the game's been running a bit of a fever already. Last thing that a weary defender at the end of his tender knees has had the ball slip between his legs.
This is the one. Oh, have some of that.
Hola.
Massive fan in that play.
Perez again. It's got away from Di Lorenzo. Good stop. Italy should be the team pressing and trying to equalise, but it's their captain who's making the saves late in the game.
Di Lorenzo again getting caught
attack. Rich Caprias, Figueiredo had a really good night. Well, Perez is enjoying himself far too much. Figueiredo's got family, you know. Fabian Ruiz got caught in the face there by Raspadori. Italy not very quietly.
I've got to say, I don't think they would have past 3 in the afternoon before Lorenzo gets up. The Lorenzo gets up tomorrow afternoon. I'd give him the longest line of his career. They've been great to me. Really hard. Here's the chance. When he tries to take it with his right hand, say it's poor. Technically it's poor. Yeah, but a little bit harsh. He's trying to stick it in the left hand side for the goalkeeper. Donnarumma makes a good save. That is a good save.
This has been a bit of a respite for Lost Souls in the Manuel Pellegrini. Isco's excelled, back to Bellerine's there. Pablo Fornals, Marco Rocca, David Fekir. 7th in La Liga. They just missed out another season in Europe, and Jose Perez has been a big part of what they've been doing. Javi Ruiz has been one of the stars on what looks likely to be the Spanish victory. Mikel Merino and Real Sociedad. Straight swap in midfield.
Right, then he's just trying to look that out. And then he's what they've made now, Spain.
103, I think.
Oh, it's not on. See, if you hadn't mentioned that, I wouldn't have mentioned it on me.
We'll be working together again, just after that. Morel. Zidane. Stony. Cambiasso. Keeper's on the way, Donnarumma. Tallest man on the field. He's now inside the Spanish penalty area.
It's saying 12 minutes. It is 95-20 minutes. The whistle should have been blown by now.
Been marked by Ferran Torres.
4 minutes. We're not into fucking 96.
She has it again.
Cambiasso.
Blow the whistle.
Seems how good area too.
Blow the whistle, for fuck's sake. Why are you not blowing the whistle? Are they fucking stupid? It's saying 4 minutes, not fucking... 6.
One desperate pass to solve on that goal, and that is enough. Spain deserving it. Scoreline doesn't tell the story of the night. That the Spaniards dominated for the most part. The goal scorer doesn't tell the story of the night, because Ricardo Calafiori was unfortunate to turn the only goal of the night past his own goalkeeper. Italy, despite their late, rather desperate flourish, were a major disappointment. Unai Simon didn't really have a stake to make all night. We've seen the bright young things of Spanish football excelling. We've seen Williams, we've seen Pedri, and we've seen Lamine Yamal. And we're going to see an awful lot more of them before this tournament is over. Final score here tonight: Spain 1, Italy 0.
Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
If you really do this, you can make mistakes.
What if I'm not a hero?
You can be better. Saving people in a flash.
The Flash, Series 1 to 6. Available now on ITVX.
You're the Marine.
Yeah, you the ex-con.
Good. Stop talking.
No alcohol detected.
It's your first job?
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, wait for a career change, eh? Gotta find those guys before the cops do. Everybody in these answers. What are you doing?
Taking notes.
Taking notes on the criminal conspiracy.
You eat food?
Do I eat food? Yeah, I eat food.
Do you go places?
Yeah, I go places. You go places? You go places?
And that's when I knew I was going to be best friends with Robert De Niro. I showed him Uber One and how it was a membership for eating food and going places.
That's very cute.
Uber One, a membership for people who eat food and go places.
Can they get this ball in?
It's hard to see the screen in the pub. Stay in with 2 pizzas and 4 beers. Now £5 for members at co-op.
The best thing about Compare Market.
Here's the coffee with the pay. Get 25% of coffee and pastries with a qualified product, so compare the market. Simple.
Bacardi, do what moves you.
Retro gives you rings.
Dynamic air suspension. All-wheel steering. Configurable terrain response. Effortless in the extreme.
The Black Riders.
You ready? We were outcasts, but now we belong.
You can't have them.
Are you done?
Am I?
What do you want me to do? You gotta respect our family.
Black Riders. Incidentals Friday. Book tickets now.
When everyone's home, EE Workload prioritizes your broadband for working from home. This is EE Broadband. With faster speeds in more places than anyone else. This is broadband made for working from home. Search EE Broadband, powered by BT. This UEFA Euro 2024 program is sponsored by BYD.
Well, it took an own goal from Ricardo Calafiore to give Spain a win, but it was a merited victory by a goal to nil in Spain. The second team to qualify for the last 16 after the host Germany. Some sort of revenge for the Spanish after losing the semi-final at Wembley Euro 2020.
So, 1 TV. Volume 10.
Can't believe you corporate types are still calling each other rock stars.
You're a rock star.
We're all rock stars.
Look at my data-driven insights. I'm a rock star.
Great job putting finance HR on one platform with Workday.
Thank you.
Guys, can you keep it down? I'm working.
You people are...
Hand over there, Tom.
Got another one.
If you're finally ready to take a trip without the kids, why stay at a hotel with more kids? Get an Airbnb and have the place to yourselves.
I'm bossy. I'm the one y'all love to hate. I'm the chick that raised the stick. I told you I'm staying.
Do you want to get for this? You assemble Europe's best your way. Better. Play different.
Gillette Labs. Our next generation of shaving for the best a man can get.
This UEFA Euro 2024 programme is sponsored by BYD.
4 points from 2 games is, of course, by no means shocking, but the manner of England's performance against Denmark this afternoon is going to be the talking point in the days to come.
Gareth, what's your overriding feeling after that? Well, clearly not a performance that we're happy with. An important point in the end, but we know we've got to find more. Having taken the lead again, what was missing after that? Well, 2 things. We weren't pressing well enough, and we haven't kept the ball well enough, and that caused most of our problems today. The fact that we didn't use the ball well enough, playing out, and when you keep turning the ball over, then it creates that anxiety that you saw. What was the key area today that enabled you to have that control you were looking for?
To be courageous and press high when we could, and keep ball possession. I think England is a fantastic side. If you look at the players, they play in top teams in Premier League. They're used to keep the ball maybe 60-70% of the games. So we wanted to give them something to think about.
Physically, how much is in the tank for England? Because that's obviously going to be key to what you're able to do.
No, I don't think we can complain. I don't think we can complain about anything. The food, the nutrition, the facilities we're seeing now, there's no complaints about physical, because, you know, we've got everything that we need. It's down to us as players. The 11 that's picked on the pitch need to take full responsibility. You know, if you're tired, so come on, and then, you know, that's someone's moment to go and shine.
How did Trent Alexander-Arnold do in midfield? Look, he did some things that we were hoping for, some of those longer passes. You know, it's something that is new for him, we know that, and we thought these were good games to be able to see that. How do you think Phil Foden did today, because he was close to putting England back in front?
First class. There's so much pressure put on these good players that have come off a good season. They expect people just to roll over. We're representing our country, never mind if it's England or Denmark. We want to leave everything out there, so not going to give Phil Foden a red carpet and say, go on, do what you've been doing in the Premier League. It's going to be tough, but Phil needs to take that as a compliment. He needs to adapt, and he will do. He will do. I've seen it many a times, and hopefully it comes good.
England top the group, of course, still unbeaten. So now in this interim period, what in particular will he work on? Well, recover from today. We know it's taken a lot out of the players, again, physically and emotionally. And, you know, clearly we've got to find more cohesion with the ball. So that's what our major focus will be on.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
Slovenia Tuesday night, 6:45 with us here on ITV1. The fact that Gary and Ian have been writing the England team down, deleting your iPad, writing it down again, it says it all really about how hard to get the balance right for the next game. Let's go from the back forward. And what about Mark Gahey? People say yes, who have England played, but what about Mark Gahey?
He's done very well. Then again, bigger tests to come, but he's been solid again. That was a big question mark stats of tournament, but I suppose the whole defensive unit. But he's done really well, and obviously he's got Stones and experience next to him, so he must be delighted with the start of the tournament. But again, bigger test to come.
Now, if Luke Shaw cannot play the last group game, then part of England's problems is this lopsided, dislocated nature, which is caused by Luke Shaw's unavailability, isn't it? So if he can't play in the last group game, would you, if they qualify, throw him into the last 16 games, his first match?
He's not played for an age. I think Kieran Trippier's doing, you know, pretty well there at left back, filling in, but he needs obviously balance. In possession, particularly going forward with Luke Shaw. Manchester United miss it desperately when he doesn't play, and I think England miss it desperately as well.
Now, Alexander-Arnold probably won't play. I think we can probably guess at that, couldn't we? In the Slovenia game?
Probably, yeah.
And if he didn't, who would you put in there?
You know, well, it's either Cobby or Walton. I'd probably put Walton in there simply because he's as close to I've seen with Fabian Ruiz, and when I've seen him in the last few games, at the end of the season, his calmness. He's calm, you know, he can fight, he's got a pass, you know, he's very intelligent player, and I think he's somebody that wouldn't panic in this situation, and he's been picked in the squad. You know, listening to Gareth, I think you mentioned, it's about Calvin Phillips, and you know, he's the only one in the country who maybe play that role. I don't believe that. I believe that Adam Morton could play. I think Kobbie Mainoo could play as well, and you've picked them. So now we're in a situation where it's not desperation, because obviously we've got 4 points, but we're in a place where we need something different. We need something to change something.
You need to change the narrative and the momentum going
forward. We've got Cole Palmer in the round, we've got Gordon. We need to do something. We need to change something.
There seems to be a lot of confusion. The message is Gareth saying we need people who can look after the ball. Then they need more pace in the counter-attack. So he's definitely got some tough decisions coming up over the next few days. And then we talk about options. I was gamble to bring Shaw because he's not played. But when you have an option, you can bring 26. You can see that. But then you can almost have too many players. It looks like it's too many options.
That's part of the reason you keep deleting your team now.
Gareth's got 15 in the team.
To get the right balance here, do England have to think seriously about dropping a Premier player, Foden maybe, to play somebody who is more a natural wide player? It's all about balance, isn't it?
Playing for England is damn hard work. I'm not trying to explain that. To try and repeat your club form for your country when you don't play together as much is difficult for every country, but for England as well. And Gareth, I think over the last few years, has been able to pick a team. He's ignored reputations. He's ignored, if you like, what would be the star player. He's picked the best players that he can out into the pitch, but make the team. For the first time, I think, in Gareth's tenure, we're looking at a situation which has bit England in the past, whereby famously the Beckham, Gerrard, Lampard, Scholes, or play even Shearer and Owen up front as a pair didn't work for England, but because they were all that good, we had to try and make it work, and it didn't work. That's why Terry Venables dropped out far better forwards than Teddy Sheringham, but played Teddy Sheringham with Alan Shearer because they dovetailed with each other. I think that Gareth won't want to rip up what he's done in the last couple of games, and I think he's going to have to, because I think there needs to be a reset before we go into that third game ahead of the quarter-final, second round, sorry, because it isn't right, and the pattern's there now.
Guide. All channels. 3. ITV1. UEFA Euro 2024. Spain v Italy. 1915 to 22:30. Synopsis. Mark Bourgat is joined by Ian Wright, Roy Keane, and Gary Neville for coverage as two-time winners. Spain face
Leaving a Foden out, or a Kane out, or a Bellingham out.
Other countries do it. I mean, it's interesting reading all the other European journalists today. They go, we have X player who's terrific, but he doesn't fit the system, he doesn't fit the balance, therefore he's left out. So maybe the time is coming.
Well, yeah, he's like,
I'm not saying it is necessarily Foden. It is somebody, though, is it, to get the better balance.
I mean, I find it really difficult to think about leaving Phil Foden out of our football team.
Yeah. That don't sit well with me, but at the end of the day, we're talking about Cole Palmer. Is Cole Palmer the 5th best player in this, as a winner in this squad? Do you know what I mean? How can Cole Palmer not even get a look in with the kind of player he is? Can I just say as well, with Trent, I feel so sorry for him because he's coming as a so-called quarterback with no one moving. What's he supposed to do? You know what I mean? You see how hard it is, right, to go in there and do what he's doing, and he's come in there with no plan of what he's supposed to just go in and do what he's doing for Liverpool. We've got movers, people running.
We'll look back in 5-10 years, and I think we'll laugh and regret that Trent Alexander-Arnold couldn't get in the England team at right back. Yeah. Now Kyle Walker needs to play somewhere, and obviously in the past Trippier was, for instance, against Italy, I think in the final 3 years ago, Trippier was right wing back and Kyle Walker was right centre back. To not have Trent Alexander-Arnold in our team in the position that he plays best, I think we'll look back in 5, 6, 7, 8 years and think, what were we doing?
We've seen Spain tonight with midfielders who've been playing in that position for years and years at the top level, and all of a sudden they throw Trent in the middle of the park. He's not used to it. I know he's played the odd game here and there. I expect him to do
the big decision to leave whoever it is out for the sake of better balance?
Well, that's the manager's job. That's what Gareth's paid to do.